Bye. I go ready for it. Ready for it. I go ready for it.
see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light.
as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals 4 Clash of Clans. We're now down to the final 3 teams. We had to say goodbye to Tribe Gaming yesterday, but now we're down to Tompanai and Alternate Attacks as well as MCES waiting, just sitting there in the grand finals, wondering who they're going to be playing against later on this evening. I'm Lethal, joining me is Judo and Lady B. Judo, I'm going to start with you today, mate. How are you getting on?
I'm doing very well. Excited to see who will be facing MCES in the grand final. They were phenomenal yesterday, but obviously before then, we do have Alternate Attacks versus Tompanai, which is going to be such a close matchup, Lady B.
It is. They are equally matched in skill, but we saw ATN coming in despite their early loss against MCS, pulling in 14 stars throughout the day, which is pretty impressive. Especially considering now that we're seeing them in the lower bracket, but going up against a very strong Tompanai. These are the 2 gold ticket winners going head to head, which is just a little bit of that foreboding nature of what we're maybe going to get to see in the World Championships this year. But a very well fought match that we had for ATN, taking down Tribe Gaming in the best 2 out of 3 and only keeping it to 2 matches.
Now, if you guys at home weren't here yesterday, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We've got you covered. We're to keep you updated with what's actually been happening, leading you into today, as today is the final day where we'll be crowning a champion. So, as you see, the Lady B rightly said, Alternate Attack did get knocked into the losers bracket straight away to MCES, but don't forget though, they did get 14 stars as well. It's just that percentile difference, which definitely made a huge impact. And Tompanai did finally defeat Tribe. It took them a third go because they did lose them twice on the trot back in the play days, but finally they managed to topple them. They met MCES in the upper bracket final, but they lost once again to MCES. So they'll be facing against Alternate Attack in a loser bracket final, as Tribe Gaming did lose to Alternate Attack. So sadly for Tribe, it's the end of the road for them. They did end up placing 4th, but I must say it's been a good run for them nonetheless. Hey, Judo.
It certainly has, and Alternate Attacks yesterday, despite losing to MCES, as you rightly said, put up 14 stars, and they did that in both of the matches versus Tribe Gaming as well. So the 3 matches they played yesterday, they put up 14 stars, whereas for Tompanai, it was only 12 stars in both of their matches. So interesting to now see them go head to head. We even get to see some of the best action from yesterday as a bit of a recap.
Yeah, we do. We even get to see ATN coming in with one of their 14 star matches that they had, asked, of course, with a superb performance. We saw some great attacks coming through from all sides. One of the things that I want to highlight, though, is you mentioned the 12 stars coming in from Tompanai, and despite that lower star count that they had, they were holding some strong defenses where we saw ATN only holding MCES to 14 stars and MCS ultimately getting the win. Tompanai was able to hold them back to 13 stars, and equally, they were able to hold back Tribe to 11 stars in that matchup. So they're bringing some good defenses to the game that could bode very well for them today.
Absolutely. I feel like with alternate attacks now, the only weakness they have behind them is the fact that if they do manage to topple Tompanai, and it's the same for Tompanai as well, is the fact that alternate attacks would have played the most games out of any competitor in the finals, which means there's a huge amount of research for MCS to study and go through in order to try and discover what weaknesses there are to exploit. And it's very difficult for them because with MCES, they've only played, 2 games, and they're straight away in the grand final. So they can just kick back, relax, and just figure out exactly what bases they need to create or build just in general in order to make sure to keep alternate attacks at bay. But, still early days yet. Tompanai could still topple them in the loser bracket final, as I'm sure they were watching that Tribe match earlier on yesterday too. So, Judo, I'm curious to know what you think as well, just in terms of how alternate attacks have been playing, because even against MCES, they've had a consistent performance with those 14 stars. So it's just that one shaky attack has caused them to have to make this loser bracket run.
Absolutely, and we talked to Vale at the end of yesterday, didn't we? He was very focused on this matchup, not getting too far ahead of himself and making sure that alternate were focused on Tompanai. They are not going to underestimate them. I think Lady B raises an interesting point about Tompanai's bases, but really, I just think alternate attacks, despite the loss, were on such good form yesterday, and I just think they will be able to get that lower bracket done in order to move forward and have their revenge at MCES.
It could be, but the biggest stressor going on ATN right now is, as Lethal pointed out, the fact that they've had the most playtime coming into this because they're going into this next best of 3. So that puts them at a little bit of a disadvantage that they've had so many bases burned through, which leaves them with a little bit less to really have recovered today. I mean, they've had some time to prepare and build, but really the specifics of it make it a lot harder. So it puts Tompanai and MCES in an advantaged position over ATN at this point.
Well, we are going to get the loser bracket final underway very shortly. Judo, I have to say goodbye to you, mate, but you will be back very soon, straight afterwards to the second game. So it won't be too long, mate. We'll be fine. Just get yourself a brew and we'll see you in a few moments. But B, it's just me and you at the moment going into this first game of the loser bracket final between Tompanai and Alternate Attacks. And there's been quite a rivalry here. We know with Tompanai, they're a very talented attacking team. Definitely a scary force to be reckoned with. And Alternate Attacks need to absolutely be on their guard coming into this matchup.
They do. Offensively, they have to perform, but defensively, they have to try and find these openings, which, again, I think is going to be their biggest challenge in today, having gone through so many bases already to make their way here. But they've got a solid base building team behind them, which can help support. And of course, when you see the lineup here, you might notice that we have Linnaid in the mix. Yes, he did indeed retire, but has come back out of a partial retirement just to finish off the season with the ATN team.
It's funny with Linnaid as well. He's come out of retirement and it's like, nothing's changed. He's still smashing bases like it's his day job. He's been doing a phenomenal job nonetheless. We know that his first attack against MCES wasn't the best, but he definitely redeemed himself over the next couple of attacks against Tribe the following match. So at least he's managed to, like I said before, redeem himself and be able to sort himself out going forward. So it's nice to see him back on the team again, but we're going to switch over to Tompanai, like I've already said. A fantastic attacking team, very talented squad. We've seen a lot of them. We've seen some brilliant attacks from Michael and Riak in the past, and even with Amu Allen as well. Some great stuff from him yesterday. But I'm very curious to see what they can do against alternate attacks and what can they bring to the table. Remember, guys, at home, it is a best of 3. And normally in a lot of best of 3s and best of 5s, the longer these series go, normally the better team does come out on top. So consistency is absolutely key here for Tompanai.
Yeah, the one thing that's been consistent about Tompanai, not only through this, but many other leagues, is that while their star counts might be low, they're keeping their opponents at a lower star count as well, where ATN, as we saw throughout the ranks, particularly with MCS, that 14 to 14 star war, just kept it a little bit too close. And that's where Tompanai has been excelling. They've definitely had some great defenses coming through. And of course, this is their meta. We know that Tompanai has just absolutely shined and excelled with the addition of the new Dragon Riders and, of course, the updated levels to these dragons. This has been a very powerful push in general because EUR is pretty much dominating right now with about, I think, an 80% usage rate.
Yeah, it was gone from very heavy air meta to extremely heavy now, hasn't it, in terms of differences. But we're still seeing a few bits and pieces, still seeing the Super P.E.K.K.A smash from time to time, depending on the circumstance of some of the base builds. So we're seeing a few bits in between. Even the Inferno Dragon, we know it's part of the air composition, but we even saw it, I think we maybe saw it only once yesterday, but still lurking in the shadows, popping up now and then when it feels like it once in a blue moon. So nice to see a little bit of variety coming in, but we'll see if there's going to be a lot more, because of course with these teams, I'm sure they've been saving up a lot of their strategies coming into this loser bracket final and the grand finals potentially. And I do feel like both of these teams will want to try and at least 2-0 in this series, just due to the fact that it saves any more playtime and research to go towards MCES, and if it does go to the 3 games, it can affect your stamina a tad as well. People may think, well, it's only 3 wars, but it's that mental fortitude in esports. Over a certain amount of time, there's a massive difference in terms of energy between a tournament setting and a scrim, like massive difference until you've experienced it yourself. But I do feel like it's going to be very difficult, very challenging for both these teams coming into this loser bracket final. But, you know, we're talking about the win conditions. We've discussed a lot of things and a lot of the aspects between what these win conditions could be for these two teams. But I'm going to put you on the spot, B. Who do you think is going to win out on this best of 3?
You know, this is a really tough one, knowing just how incredible these teams are. Again, we're talking about the first 2 golden ticket winners. We've got ATN coming in with the May World Championship golden ticket, and then Tompanai coming in June, carrying that. So these are 2 of the top teams in the world right now going at it. And, you know, it's a tough one. I pretty much always go with ATN, and, you know, I can't let them down in my votings. I have to support ATN on this one, but I would not be surprised seeing strong defense coming in from Tompanai and them actually holding ATN back regardless. But I'm curious to know what you think we're actually going to see. Who do you think is going to get the win?
Oh, it's going to be a tough one for me. You know, I'm going to be boring. I'm going to say alternate attacks as well. I reckon Tompanai will push him to a game 3, but we'll find out nonetheless. I can't imagine alternate attacks not being part of a grand final. Do you know what I mean? It feels wrong, but they're not there. But if Tompanai make it through, it'd be fantastic stuff. But we'll see going into this first war of the day.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what we're going to have coming in with these attacks. You know, just solid, strong starts from these teams. You know, it's really, we're talking about, again, air meta that's in use, and all 3 of these teams that we're seeing featured today are just going to come in likely hammering down with the air. And of course, Boom in here with the Lalo. Absolutely love seeing him coming with the Lalo, and the Queen on her approach towards the town hall. We can see that beautiful path that was already cleared out by the blimp, and you know, this is giving the Queen such easy access to work through. Now she's taken down the town hall, obviously won't get past that single targeting Inferno, but that's no big deal for her because we've cleared out a huge percentage of the base for the Lalo to actually take down.
And use that invisibility spell on the RC just to keep it alive, but also just keeping the HP up as well to continue making absolute work on that northern compartment. But the bulk of the attack now coming from that 2 o'clock side. The Loon's pushing on forward, but you can see just trying to take out the Eagle at the same time. Does manage to, but the Eagle does get the shot off beforehand. So we'll have to take a little bit of damage going forward. And the Loon's also coming from that 5 o'clock side. So good stuff from Boom so far. Just a few bits and pieces to clear up here, including a couple of those Inferno towers. But look at this, Toby. This is a fantastic attack so far. Nowhere near a time fail. And it is absolutely going to be the first triple for alternate attacks. What a fantastic start to this war.
This is a phenomenal way to kick off a war. You want to get the momentum going just from the start. Dropping down those 3 stars is key. And again, that Blizzard, a really nice way to just keep that opening going. And that's something that we actually get to see quite a bit coming from Boom. He's been really settling in with the Blizz Lalo meta right now. And you can see the power that it does offer, providing additional support, not only for funneling out your the pathing for your Lalo, but the pathing for your heroes there as well. And often we see it helping to pull out some Clan Castle troops and move things along.
I just wasn't ready for that at all. The fact that he had 50 seconds left, he could do what he liked straight afterwards. That was unbelievable. Because every time we normally see Boom play, it's not really as aggressive. Normally it's quite, more of a calculated player with his approach towards a lot of these attacks. And instead we saw a completely different version of him. And you know what? Love to see it. Love to see it. Great preparation from him and great aggression there to not really give that base much of a chance for the side of Tompanai. But we'll see how Almu Alin is going to come into this next matchup. We'll be starting with the Queen on that southern side to take out that storage and going towards the Wizard Tower as well to avoid any more splash damage. But we do have the defensive RC with that scatter shot and the Expo as well, and using that loon to see if he can find any traps along the way. But won't be finding too much, but we'll take a few bits and pieces down. But there's going to be a slow start here for Almu Alin for Tompanai, because as you know, we saw him get that first triple for the side of alternate attacks. He wants to try and do the same for Tompanai to have a good start as well.
Yeah, so we had the king actually helping to shape up the path for the queen here, but he didn't get that first additional wall break that he wanted in. He wants his queen in the scattershot compartment, finally gets that second wall break in. I don't know if that's going to change the value of what he was hoping to see, but he does have the funnel set up so that the king can actually force his way into the eagle compartment. Because he has the yak working along, the fact that he didn't get that initial wall break in means the king can still beat his way and get that eagle taken down. But we need to see the queen redirecting, coming in to help pick off that scatter shot so he has the full set in place. But I also want to point out the use of that lightning spell. That not only did dual purpose here for the queen to get her pathing through and, helping to navigate the path for the drag riders, but it helps for the blimp. It cleared out that nice path, took down some of the structures that surrounded the town hall, so he gets a safer push coming into it with this goblin blimp. And now he can set in place these drag riders with a nice, clean, moving line. The only thing is that the king did not take down the eagle, but one lonely drag rider in this compartment can get it done.
Certainly can indeed. At least he's taking down that town hall. The Dragon Riders moving towards down south from that northern compartment. Already done a fair amount of damage, but will it be enough? It's going to be very difficult, but the RC does come in from that 3 o'clock side, as you can see, just making sure to take out the rest of his defenses in that town hall compartment. It's already taken down that Inferno Tower, still hasn't got any spells left to use, so this is going to be pretty tough, but at the same time it's all going to be about that time fail if he'll be able to succeed. But seems to be okay so far. Needs to try and turn his expo as soon as possible just to avoid any more casualties along the way. But even with 20 seconds left at the moment, it will be a little bit close, but I think he's going to be perfectly fine here. Almu Alin can be pretty damn pleased with himself, just making sure to take out their storages in the center with the storage on that 4 o'clock side. It's going to be a tag close, like I said, to see if he can make sure to try and get this triple to make sure to get the rest of these storages. It is going to be very tight. Will he be able to finish it off? Yes, he does. With 1.5 seconds left remaining, I was just assuming that triple was going to come. I was a little bit skeptical at first, but he's going to be okay as Tompanai also get off to a dream start.
Yeah, great way to kick off this war. Both teams coming in, firing away with those triples. And, again, that strategy is, we get to see the Queen Charge Drag Rider strategy as a dominating strategy. But the key with the lightning spell just really helped out the pathing of the queen. You mentioned the use of so many spells, but there was nothing left over for the drag riders. We often see this coming in because those spells help navigate the pathing. The lightning sectioning off for not only the queen, but getting that blimp in. And then those rages really need to help support the queen. So you want to invest that much. The drag riders are super tanky, so they can really provide that push on their own, especially when you can get that much power out of the pathing from your heroes.
Yeah, those Dragon Riders are tanky indeed. We've even seen some compositions where they're using not just 7, but 8 Dragon Riders coming towards a lot of these bases. It's been very tough for some of their opponents to even try and defend against. But again, it's all about their execution as well. As Ast from Alternate Tax is going to be coming in hot straight away with that blimp, going into that compartment to see if he can do as much damage as he can. Has taken down that Wizard Town, the scanner shot. Still got a Tesla there, and he's still got the Expo down south, but he's done what he's needed so far. He's going to be pretty pleased about that. Still continuing to do absolute work in that compartment. Use that invisibility spell as well to clean up that Expo. So great stuff from him.
Yeah, also trying to get that Royal Champion down. Just gets it with the final invisibility spell. So he's invested all of those coming in, but clears out a nice path. We've already eliminated the clan castle troops, makes an easier approach for the heroes coming in, particularly because he's going straight for that town hall. The Royal Champ taking advantage of the king, who's doing tanking not only for her, but for the queen here as well. So she can sneak through, pick up the multi, and we've got that smooth, clear set into the town hall compartment. And notice that he's bringing in the Ice Golem here. We see a lot of ground bows defending town halls right now. Plus, we've got a lot surrounding it here, including a single targeting Inferno. So nice use of the Ice Golem to actually provide that additional tank for the queen to ensure that, this wall break is not playing nice, but he actually has the opening from the Yak. Oh my goodness. Let's see if this queen actually passes in. She should be fine to go for the Town Hall.
He has a huge amount of loons in his back pocket, as well as those lava hounds to take that damage. He does have a few haste spells as well. Just depends on how he's going to position him and how he's going to use him as well, going into that Town Hall compartment. The Town Hall has been cleaned up, and now that's been confirmed, he's going straight in for the bulk of the attack on that 4 and 3 o'clock side, taking out those compartments going forward. And now the haste spells will be coming out to push those loons and give him a kick in the backside to push towards the center. And already this is looking quite good so far. This is all about that time fail. Minute 10 left remaining, but so far so good, going towards the Eagle compartment in that southern side. Lava Hound still actually alive, tanking all that damage and giving these loons a lot of room to breathe here. Until the defense is left, you can see you've got that Inferno Tower and the Wizard Tower just on that western side, as well as the Archer Tower down that southwest side. So looks to be okay so far. And it's just funny, Lava Hound is still alive, still able to continue to take that damage. He's already got his value worth in gold, and he's going to be pretty pleased about that. Plenty of time left on the clock, and that's going to be another triple for alternate attacks.
Yeah, that ice golem was pretty much going strong the entire raid, just freezing up at the end. But did you notice that freeze in the core of the base? The placement over the multi, there was a ground bow there as well. The timing was superb because that helped alleviate the pressure from that ground bow off of the headhunters who were coming in to help take down the defending AQ. So really smart planning within that. A lot of times if you're doing air, you're kind of thinking, okay, what air defenses am I going to focus on? Not necessarily about the ground ones, but if you're bringing in headhunters, you do have to be mindful of these long range ground bows here as well.
Yeah, that's the problem. So you have to use those ground bows to keep them away. And I know it's good for air as well, but at the same time, it's very difficult because it depends what you want to prioritize and what to expect from some of these compositions. It's hard to say. It's a very difficult decision to make, but normally ground bows are the safest bet anyway. It's like not just for extra insurance, but it's just for an element of caution, isn't it? Just to try and keep it secure as possible. But we are going to go to the second attack from Tompanai. Alternate attack's got back-to-back triples, and do you know what, B? Tompanai are going to be looking for the same, aren't they? So we're going to see who's going to be coming up next. It will be the likes of Riak. He did try and defend against the boom earlier on, funny enough. And now we're going to see if his attack is just as good. It's going to be coming out with the blimp straight away to go into that 5 o'clock compartment, bringing up the spells as well to take down that scanner shot and some of the Teslas in terms of the farm. And we're about to take the Wizard Tower as well. Maybe should be okay. Yeah, he's going to be perfectly fine so far. It's going to be pretty pleased about that.
And you notice the rage drop there because we had the defending royal champion in there. He wanted to make sure he cleared out the compartment. The one thing he wasn't able to get because it wasn't forced deep enough into the base is the Lure on the Clan Castle. But with the queen making her path through, she will be fine because we've got a queen charge at bay to work through and get into the town hall compartment. It's not like we're working on it alone with just the queen on her lonesome to try and take this down. So as the queen takes down the royal champion, we do have to continue to push her along, but we've even got a jump to work through. I'm curious to see if he's going to try and wall. Okay, we're going to just full on direct jump. So this means we could potentially use this additional wall break for the king in a separate compartment. And we've got a multi, and we even have an eagle that's looking mighty nice that king can help with some of the pathing for.
Yeah, dropping that jump spell and the invisibility spell, but also dropping the rage spell as well, just to keep the queen alive and just increase that DPS. The Lava Hound does come out, so it will be a bit of a pain so far for React, just delaying things going towards that Town Hall, but he's going to be fine. It's probably expected in his case anyway. So whilst he deals with that, we're just going to see what other cautions he needs to have along the way. It looks like the Dragon Riders will be appearing on that 4 o'clock side. The Eagle's going to be targeting them straight away with the Warden as well going forward. The King Yak creating that pathing, just continue to make sure to destroy those structures going up to the north side. But again, yeah, that Eagle is targeting those Dragon Riders, so needs to be a little bit careful here. The Queen is still alive though in the other compartment, did take down that Town Hall momentarily, have to deal with those expos here. It will be a bit of a pain, but should be okay nonetheless. But that sweeper is definitely going to help delay things, but will it delay enough here, B? We'll have to see.
Yeah, this is actually moving pretty powerfully through this base. And we can see that wall break in for the king to get into that multi-compartment. Because of the side he came in, he wanted to force the drag riders through into the scattershot compartment. A little bit of distraction, but they do make their way through, and the king can help with the cleanup. Queen was in a perfect position to continue carrying forward past the town hall and that poison bomb, of course, and able to reserve the ability to come in strong and help as well with the cleanup here, as just a few remaining drag riders stand on this base. 27 seconds left to go. but he's got this spread out perfectly to come in and again drop another 3-star. These teams do not want to let up. I wasn't sure if we were going to see a high star war count here today or if we were going to see lots of defenses coming in, but these teams look like they're ready for a pretty close high-starring match.
Yeah, they're looking pretty damn fresh, aren't they, so far? The first couple of attacks here from both of these teams. I was expecting the same. I was not really sure whether we're going to see, a high-star game or just the fact that some of these base builds are a little bit unpredictable. They may struggle to not only get that 3-star, but depending on percentile, they might not be able to clean up due to maybe a time fail or maybe a failed execution in some way. There was, a few glimpses where I wasn't really too sure how this was going to pan out, but it seems to be pretty standard like we saw back in the play days. Neither team is actually stopping themselves and trying to get that triple. And this has been pretty good so far in terms of execution, which is exactly what we love to see. But at the same time, alternate attacks have 14-starred pretty much every base here, even though they had to go straight to the loser bracket, losing on percentile against MCES in that first match of the day yesterday in the opener. But it looks like they're ready to take on any team or any base at this point, and it's been good to see what they could come up with. And we don't really know how much they've revealed so far. They might have already revealed their cards. Maybe there's still stuff they're saving. We're not really too sure. Maybe if it goes to a third game in this series, maybe we will see a little bit more or something a little bit unexpected in terms of compositions or base builds. But this first one, it kind of feel like these two teams are just trying to ease themselves into it, but at the same time trying to cause as much havoc as possible.
Yeah, no, I was looking at my notes from yesterday about our play days, and ATN didn't have many losses, obviously, but they did wind up losing to Tompanai, and that was in the first week. So that was perfect for them, for Tompanai, 14-13, to be able to hold ATN back. They're looking to do this again today, but both teams are definitely keeping those 3-stars rolling through. Yo-Yo with this opportunity to keep the hopes alive for ATN and try not to give Tompanai any ground to chase them on. And we do have more Queen Charge Lalo action, exactly what we would hope to see coming in from the ATN side, with a Queen who's actually clearing out the pathing towards a Town Hall, makes her way straight in. And with the use of this King, he can actually force this along even further, taking on that Scattershot compartment. A beautiful reach for the Queen there to take down the defending AQ. What I'm curious to see is a placement of the Royal Champion, if he's going to try and force her through to pick up that multi and, pick up the air sweeper, but potentially pick up that multi.
It's funny, I saw the wide variety of spells down below, and I was just like, I don't even need to see who it is. I knew it was going to be Yo-Yo straight away without even looking. So going into that left compartment, the King already doing damage, taking out everything in that left compartment there. And will get taken down eventually, but it's pretty much done its job anyway. And there's a Lunix you can see from that 9 o'clock side, just trying to find any traps and just trying to see what could be potentially a threat along the way. But the RC again came in early. He's actually going straight into the center to turn on that Expo. Just not really bothered at all here, but he's just overextending to take that down, and we'll have to pop that ability, perfectly understandable. But here we go with all these loons, as well as the Stone Slammer coming out to try and do what it can to get in front and tank that damage. And at the same time, though, we'll be going towards that Inferno Tower as well. So it's going to be pretty close here.
Yeah, he sectioned off a beautiful path here, avoiding the damage zone in the core where we would suspect to see all the traps. That Royal Champ will really help by cutting across the Queen. But look at the Stone Slammer still going. It's essentially like having an extra hound in the mix. It's super tanky and then opens up some additional troops to boot. But I expected to see the Queen actually making way to take down the Royal Champion, but it didn't happen. We've got the Headhunters there stalling up. We have the Royal Champion already down for the count. That Electro Owl can help out quite a bit, especially when you have some minions and pops working through. And we're not even going to get to find out what Yo-Yo actually had in this clan castle, as it goes completely unscathed to the end of this raid with an insanely clean Lalo attack. Yo-Yo is back in form on his game and ready to go. This is the mastery of Lalo 23.
Yeah, that was a disgusting attack there from Yo-Yo. And what annoyed me as well is the fact that I went, oh yeah, it could be pretty close. And I looked at the army going forward towards the east side, and I was like, what the hell am I on about? It's nowhere near close. It's absolutely flat in that base, like it's his day job. So Yo-Yo, good stuff from him. Again, 3 triples in a row for alternate attacks. And once again, Tompanai have to respond. And it's very difficult because even though, yeah, sure, fair enough, it's neck and neck, it's pretty much the same. It's still a lot of pressure on you going second in this matchup. You could say, well, nerves could get a better view because you're the first one up. But I still feel like going second is the worst, because when you actually see your opponents constantly giving out these great attacks, and not only are they very great, they're clean as anything, so smooth and is that the wide variety of strategies being used there, especially from Yo-Yo, was just brilliant, and we couldn't even ask for more. And it's becoming more and more of a tall order for Tompanai, and they're seeing it again, and they're just like, oh, do we have to get a perfect war? Is it going to go towards, percentile or time? Well, not percentile, obviously, but in terms of time, just to see and try and secure this first game, it's going to be really, really difficult for them, but we'll have to see. Still, we're just at the halfway stage, and already Alternate Attack showing what they do best.
And that perfect war, coming down to time factor, we got so close to seeing that during the play days. I think, what was it, like maybe 1% shy? That was one of the Elevate matches, but we got completely robbed from seeing that. I think it would be incredible to see during this series. And if anyone could do it, it is the 3 teams that are playing today in the finals. Now let's see what Michio has in store for us. Bringing in, you were talking about this, you wanted to see those Inferno Riders coming through, the combination of the Inferno Drags and Drag Riders, just supporting what used to be a very dominating strategy. It took a little bit of a hit from a slight nerf right prior to this recent update, but the Drag Riders actually helped offer this powerful support to it. You still want to keep it pretty narrowed through, and that's where you see the heroes coming in to help section off, push those Drag Riders and Inferno Drags into the center of the base, and we're still using freezes and the Skelly spells to help distract the splash damage, giving the heroes opportunity, but also helping to give these Inferno Drags the opportunity to power along here as well.
And Maturio, literally no mucking around here, but he's super aggressive out the gates, no picking at certain compartments or anything like that. Just came in hot, but could it cost him? We'll have to see. He's already made it into the Town Hall compartment. It has actually been pushed away, but it doesn't matter. The Town Hall has been taken down, which was the absolute priority there. And there's still a few Dragon Riders left. And even with the Warden as well, it's going to be... Actually, even having a look so far, he's still got a few Inferno Dragons in the back line. He's still got a couple of Dragon Riders there, but still, they're pretty weak. But then again, you got to remember, like, he's still got plenty of time left, but this is what he wanted, really. This is why he actually made a full-on launch attack at the very beginning, because they're quite slow. It's going to be a possibility that it could be a time fail. He doesn't want to risk anything here, but it's looking very good so far here, babe. Very good.
It really is. And that Air Sweeper, maybe a bit of a design flaw, because we just saw those loons get pushed out of the Poison Bomb and help clear out some of the outlying defenses, which gave this just the extra leg it needed to come through. But we still have the Warden Tower that packs such a nasty punch here, as the Inferno Drag, who's super low health, can't even take it down. So you know what? Regardless of that Air Sweeper, giving a little bit more boost to this, there's not going to be enough power to get this done. The Queen standing on her last leg here, and we're going to see this riding probably at about a 98% 2-star. And yeah, that is exactly what it is going to be. That Queen only able to get down one last structure before being taken down by the Expo. A beautiful attempt here by Machu, but we're talking about a 98% 2-star lethal, which if ATN slips up, puts Tompanai in a phenomenal position today in this first matchup.
We've been waiting a while for this slip up. It took the 6th attack, and finally we got it, and yeah, it was a real shame. But I liked the fact that he was very aggressive from the get-go. He knows with Inferno Dragons, you've got to get the job done quick. You can't start picking apart certain compartments because he wouldn't have enough composition in order to execute that attack there. Perfectly understandable. But for you guys who just tuned in and just watching this best of 3, we are in the loser bracket final between Alternate Attacks and Tompanai. We couldn't separate these two for dear life. Finally, we can, as sadly Machuyo did actually get that 98%, and yeah, it was very close. Sadly, the execution was great, but just wasn't great enough, as he lost against the Expo and one of the other structures as well. So it's a little bit of a shame for him, but it doesn't matter. As for Alternate Attacks, it just means that one minuscule slip up will cost them this game. So even if Tompanai loses first game, they've still got a couple more to come back into it. But it's a tall order in itself, defeating Alternate Attacks once, let alone twice, B.
Yeah, but if there is a slip up, we saw it yesterday against MCES. I believe it was a 66% 2-star. When you're going up and you know that the slip up can only be a 99%, it makes it that much harder. We're talking about they need to try and go pretty much perfect in this match to at least start off on the right foot here. So Tompanai does have a big advantage. If I see those high percentage 2-stars like that in a match like this, you know that that team that just has a small percentage there difference does have huge advantage at that, because we know Tomp and I can bring in these defenses. We've seen them do it time and time again, being able to hold off MCES to 13 stars yesterday, Tribe to 11 stars. And I don't know if ATN would have started off with their strongest bases in this first matchup, seeing what they've done in previous rounds of best of 3.
I don't think it's going to change their mindset either, because at the end of the day, they're going to need to get back-to-back triples anyway and get the perfect war, considering the percentile we saw from that 2-star. The only difference is it won't go to, you know, time. It will just go by they've won by an absolute, you know, by the tiniest margin. So, yeah, I feel like, you know, I don't think it's going to change in the slightest. They still need these, well, the perfect war coming into it. But Leonade, we were speaking about him. We know we didn't have the best of starts against MCES, but he looked phenomenal against Tribe yesterday as he redeemed himself. And we're going to see if he can continue these triples, because he's already had 2 in a row so far from the 2 attacks he made against Tribe. He was sure he wants to go for the 3rd as well. Already made a good start to make an impact in that southern compartment. And the Queen's going to be making herself known here, just taking down that Lava Hound soon enough too.
Yeah, helping to take down the Inferno to give the Queen safer passage, moving through into this one, and getting the clan Castle Lore, which pulls it out to a corner where the Queen is taking on limited damage. Yes, we have that long-range ground bow that's targeting her, but that is the only thing to worry about. So this is beautiful pathing using a Yeti Blimp to help shape this up and forcing this Queen charge along. We're going to see even more navigating through. We do have the opening, you notice, over on the 830 side of the base for the scatter shot. Likely we'll see the King coming into that compartment, helping force this along, so we can see the Queen working deeper inside the base, as we already have this powering opening up for the multi-targeting Inferno. But I'm curious, the Royal Champ likely will come in with these drag riders, so we need to see a little bit more push along to come into the multi, where the Queen actually took a beeline. She didn't go into the bottom side of the base, but this might give her the opportunity to take care of a little bit more cleanup and have some life left over. We'll have to wait and see if she survives.
Yeah, I've just been keeping a close eye on the Queen to make sure it does survive. The sweep is keeping those healers back from the Queen, so but it will be able to survive anyway. Defensive RC there as well, but the Queen got a few hits onto it. But looking at northern side, that's going to be the most important, as already the Warden's been taken down. There's only a couple of Drag Riders left. They're only on half health, and the Eagle Artillery is prioritizing those Dragon Riders, and that is not what he wants. He would have preferred it on the Queen, so at least that way they can re-heal along the way. But yeah, this is going to be very, very tough. Leonade, I did say, didn't have a great first attack against MCES. He's going to try and make sure he could do what he can to take on his Eagle Artillery, which he does. But look at the defense left so far. Still has that 2 Archer Towers there as well. The Wizard Tower in the left-hand side for splash damage. But he's got 35 seconds left. The Queen still has to break through this wall. It's going to be costly. It won't be enough DPS here. Nonetheless, it's going to be so close. But the thing is, though, the Archer Tower is focused on the Queen, but the cannon in the other Archer Tower is out of range, which is going to be a real shame. 20 seconds left. It's going to be close. Nonetheless, it's all going to be based on percentage, as we're going to find out exactly what percentage it's going to be. Remember, guys, at home, Tomp and I did hit 98%. Are we going to see another 98%? We're not going to see a triple, but we're going to see what the Queen can do. It could actually be identical here. 97, going to try and go for that last barrack there. It does. It is going to be 98%, which means both teams are going to be on the exact same percentile, as well as stars as well. You couldn't make it up if you tried.
Oh my goodness, come on now. We've got a potentially tied war on our hands if Tomp and I comes in with that next 3-star here. That is absolutely insane, but you know what's a bit unfortunate is that we one drag rider cut across the base, pick up some traps, and really just lost the health he could have had to the tail end of this. So that is, it's unfortunate for Leonade. But great turnaround, great recovery, and keeping this one as a super close matchup. You know, we told them, we said, need to try and get that 99%. Wasn't able to do it, but held it toe to toe. So I think they're in for entertaining us today. That's what I'm going with.
Yeah, I think so. You know, some entertainment value, some flair along the way. I can understand that. Tomp and I, though, are going to be giving us more flair, I hope, coming into the next attack. Because if I do get a triple, it does mean that they will be tied on percentile and stars leading up to the final attack. And, you know, if you're not entertained here watching this at the ESL Mobile Challenge finals, like, I don't know what else we can do here, as we're now going to start off with the Queen with the Rage spell coming in from that 7 o'clock side, pushing towards that Town Hall and taking out some of the defenses there as well.
Yeah, so nice freeze early on for the single targeting Inferno, giving the Queen safer passage coming in. And the thing is, she's got a lot of defense coming down. We do get the poison freeze combination, freezing up those the super minions, which means they're going to continue to fire away, but they do actually get into that poison quickly as the Queen takes down the Town Hall. So she's going to recover nicely here, not having to burn through the ability. And that's a very important thing. In these kind of Queen charges, you want to make sure your Queen can reserve the ability as she makes her way through, typically to the middle of the base, but this started so early, especially with the Drag Riders, you want it for the back end because she still needs to continue her path moving along towards the Expo that is targeting her and beat her way through into the walls to the multi-targeting Inferno. But look at the addition of the Stone Slammer here. King helping to force us along. The Stone Slammer coming in right in line for the scatter shot, but getting slightly distracted, but it will try, I would say, and help funnel things back in and push it together.
And the Sweeper's doing a great job just keeping this attack back, but will it be able to? As the Stone Slammer was placed perfectly in that 10 o'clock side earlier on to tank all that damage. And we're going to see if it's going to give the Loons and the Dragon Riders, as well as that Warden, some leeway here. You can see the minions in the back as well, just trying to make sure to clean up anything along the way. The Queen does get taken down in that southern compartment. The Dragon Riders though are still alive, still got a little bit of health, but as I'll say, though, took a chunk of damage going towards that right-hand compartment. It's going to be quite close here, as there's still that multi-Inferno is doing a huge amount going forward, but yeah, I must say it's going to be a lot tougher than we expected. But in terms of time fail, though, we'll have to see, as already continued to take down that cannon. He's got the Archer Tower on the southern side as well as the eastern side too. The Warden's still got a little bit of health along the way, but the question is, will he have enough of his army composition in order to be on cleanup duty here to get that triple?
No, and there's too much on the bottom side of the base. It's a little bit hidden there, but there is an Archer Tower down below and a storage. Yeah. So there is not enough time for the cleanup here, particularly considering there is a storage down below. Unfortunate for Michael, but, you know, again, we do see with these Queen Charge Drag Riders, it's a very powerful strategy. If it goes awry, more times than not, we're seeing these high percentage 2-stars coming in with it. And, you know, that Royal Champion really did a lot of damage. You saw as the Electro Owl was there trying to pick it off, it was the defending RC was just picking away at what remained of those Drag Riders, and just not enough support with the Headhunters at the end to come in and help knock her down. But Michael, overall, with this 90% 2-star, it's not a bad position, but it does put them down now on the star count. So I'm sure Linnada's pretty happy now about that 98%.
I think he's going to be more relieved of it more than anything. I'm not really too sure. But no, I do agree with you nonetheless. They could have tied things up. It could have been all even Stevens, but sadly for them, no, it's not. There could be 1 star behind coming into this. And it means that if alternate attacks get a triple in this final attack from both teams, then it means the first game is said and done, and they'll be up 1-0 in this best of 3. And this is not something Tom and I want. So it means fate's not in their hands. It beats all in alternate attacks, and we're going to see what happens in this final attack to see if they can literally try and finish this off with that 1-star lead.
Yeah, so it's still a lot of pressure, let's be honest, because you know that you don't want to slip up in any means. And that would mean they need to, if they 2-star, thinking that Tom and I could 3-star at the end, they would need to come in with this 91%, considering Michael's 90%. So, you know, you can do it, but when you're having to rely on a 90% 2-star, I'd be a little bit worried. So they got to come in clean here. But you know what? I think they're kind of confident because they've got the MVP. I call him M. Vala P. of the 2020 World Championships, riding all this pressure on his shoulders and coming in with one of the strategies that he used to do quite a bit of, and that's dragons, but now switched over to the Hydra. King opening up here, providing the funnel that is going to need to be seen to give this better pathing. Oh, and I'm noticing 6 bat spells that are going to come into play here too. So this means we're going to have to try and limit as much splash damage as possible, especially because there's only 2 free spells on this. So the Royal Champ's going to have to support, and we're going to have to limit as much of the Wizard Towers and take out those scatter shots so the bats can get full cleanup value here.
Considering alternate attacks had an average percentile of 98.6% coming into his ESL Mobile Challenge, is not something you want to think about in this final attack, because like I said, it's going to be in the fate in terms of in alternate attacks' hands if they want to win this or not. The Drags come out on that 1-2 o'clock side as ready, with those Loons coming to take out the defenses in those northern compartment. And already looking good so far. He's taken out the eastern compartment as well, just to give himself a bit more leeway. The Eagle Artillery is just focusing on those drags, but even then, it's going to be bulk of it. The Dragon Rider's also coming from behind, and we know how tanky Viano B just going towards that Eagle Artillery. It's obviously the priority there to make sure that's taken down as soon as possible without it to take any more damage. But Barley, like you said, definitely one of the most valuable players coming into this. The Blimp coming in now as well, and we're going to see what it can do to do further damage onto Tompanai's base.
Yeah, so with this Blimp coming in, he's looking to clear out the core, ideally just in keeping the pathing navigated toward the bottom side of the base. And don't forget, we still have these bat spells to come through with the multi and the Wizard Tower actually in really close proximity, where he can get great value out of a freeze. But he starts the bats from the opposite side, trusting that the dragons can work their way through, but they first need to get past the defending Royal Champion. Bat sweeping across, being very patient with those freezes, just one left to go. And he needs to use this on the Wizard Tower. I'd love to see support from the Dragon, because we know, oh, there it is, the freeze combo over the Wizard Tower, over the multi, with the rage to try and sweep them across and get in quickly, but they don't go for the multi-targeting Inferno. They go for everything but, and they get picked off here. He tried to play that one right, but he did not have enough power from those dragons to really help support it. And with this is giving the opening, what did we say, a 91%. It was needed for them if Tompanai triples to win this first matchup with only 14 seconds left to go and just a few units left over, the minions and the archer. It is not looking like it's going to be a go.
I don't believe it. I'm not gonna lie, it was looking so good to begin with. Even with his spell position, it was looking good, but just couldn't take the rest of that attack. I'm still just like a bit surprised. Don't get me wrong. Sorry, guys at home. Yeah, just a little bit shocked. But yeah, that means that Tompanai, if they triple this from terms of percentages, I think, or I'm actually almost certain, but mathematically they should win this, no problem.
Yeah, the 3-star gets it for them, gets them the win. It was a 91% that ATN really needed to try and solidify their spot here. So yeah. That's a tough go on this one. But it also puts a lot on the shoulders again of the last attacker. We talk about this pressure situation when you're coming in with these hits and you know it's a difference maker to try and clutch a war. And yes, it's a best 2 out of 3, which means there's plenty of opportunity. But you still want to be starting off with a strong position with that first win here to try and capitalize off the second match and force that team out. Prisan here with the weight of the world on his shoulders for this one. 3-star, or they're going to have to work harder in the next matches to try and get this one done. Coming in with the reliable, with the trusty Queen Charge Drag Rider. But is it trusty enough to pick up the 3-star is going to be the biggest question of the day here as the King works his way through into that Eagle compartment, sectioning off the path, forcing the Queen along so she can get deeper into that base, right up towards the Town Hall.
Well, we've seen plenty of Queen Charge Dragon Riders throughout the entire course of the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm not surprised we're seeing it again going into this Western compartment just to see if the Queen can use that rage spell in order to take out the rest of it here. As the Eagle Artillery is actually focused on the Queen, and you can see from the southern side as well with the RC just taking out the defenses there. The Rocket Loons come out to help out a little bit earlier just to finish off that Eagle, just so that the Queen doesn't actually take too much damage here. But remember, guys at home, if Tompanai get this triple, it will mean that they'll guarantee themselves at least this first win in the best of 3, or at least that 91% 2-star. So at least for him, it doesn't feel like he needs to guarantee himself a triple, but we'll have to see depending on what value he gets from this next couple of attacks. So you can see the Blimp going in towards the center from that Town Hall. The Sweeper will be keeping it back. The Queen's actually gone on the outside to take out some more of these structures, but at least it will be taking out that AD in the process, which is going to be quite pleased about. But even then, though, I'm a little bit worried for Chryson here. We know there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but remember, guys, as long as it gets at least 91%, then it means that he'll be able to gain victory and a lead in this best of 3.
That multi go down for him. It did not, which means he has to get that wider spread of these drag riders, but he's still got a lot of support coming through. And the position of the Queen, I want to note that didn't worry about breaking through the center compartment, knowing that the Queen can reach from either side once she weaved in and out into that Town Hall compartment from the original scatter shot at 9, which is absolutely perfect. This has provided a lot of opportunity along with that Yeti blimp in the core of the base for the pathing to make this so much easier for these drag riders. Limited damage here, but even freezes up the single targeting Inferno for safe measure to allow his queen to finish off the cleanup here. We've got a lot of storages, and he doesn't want to run the risk of time fail on this, knowing that he's still got some more work ahead of them. But this is solid for Kreesan, coming in, bringing home the 3-star, exactly what Tomp and I needed to clutch the win, the first win of this best of 3 matchup against ATN. This is a solid start, and we're getting to see 13-13. So you know what? Those star counts just a little bit lower than ATN was expecting to see after yesterday's match, 3 matches of 14 stars.
Unbelievable stuff from Tomponai coming in on top. Managed to get that triple. They needed that triple in order to win this war, or this game rather, in this best of 3, and they managed to do it by 1%. And I think we both knew that it was going to be extremely close. And do you know what's funny? Even for alternate attacks, that's the lowest star count they've had in the last 4 or 5 wars so far, and that's like a 13 star. I remember speaking to one of the players yesterday in an interview, and they said 14 stars, all right. Like, I find that hilarious that like they think it's just okay, and it's like not a perfect war. That just shows how high in terms of like the caliber skill they're at this current time. But guys, if you guys want to sign up for the next season of the ESL Mobile Open, make sure you do ! Sign up. And you've got all the details there in terms of registration and how you want to get involved. As well, you might be, you know, you could be one of these teams or one of these players getting involved in ESL Mobile Challenge, or maybe even the finals. Who knows here, as it's all about gaining experience and coming in here. Even if you're a new player or a veteran experienced player, get yourselves involved. But that's just the first game, guys, of the best of 3. We could potentially have 2 more if Alternate Attacks can bring this back, but it means that Tompano are currently up 1-0 in this series. So, guys, do not go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few moments. So, Ash, congratulations once again for qualifying for the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. First question is going to be, your team are predicted as favourites to win this competition. Do you have a huge amount of pressure on your shoulders due to your reputation?
Thank you. I don't think we're feeling too much pressure, even though many people think we are the team to beat, maybe. But I think we had some less tournaments than the others previously. Like, all the others have been preparing for the World Championship qualifiers, except Tampina Empire. So they've had recently a lot more matches, and I think they might be in a slightly better shape than we are at the moment.
So your first match will be against your old rivals, MCES. You know each other very well and have, you know, matched against each other on numerous occasions in the competitive Clash of Clans scene. How confident do you feel in this opening matchup, since you've already beaten each other once in the ESL Mobile Challenge season?
We're going into the match pretty confident. We've done a good preparation, but as we know, they're a really strong team, and it can go either way.
Now, an interesting fact here for you, Ast, you probably know this already, I'm not too sure, but out of the 14 matches you played, you managed to bag 199 out of the 210 stars available against some of the, you know, best in the business, you know, some top tier competition in this region, which is a massive achievement in itself. What brought this huge level of consistency?
That's actually a pretty good question. We were slightly lost after the update. Not playing too many matches, but I think once we kind of got more matches in and we learned to use the new Dragon Riders and all the new tactics, it started to work really well for us, and I think that's one of the reasons to the good performance lately.
Some of your attackers are, or they are very confident and have a very aggressive approach towards some of your opponent's base builds. Is this due to a large amount of preparation, confidence, or is there something else maybe we haven't picked up on?
I think especially Legend League gives us the confidence we sometimes need with the really short planning phase. So I think that's at least one major thing.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals for Clash of Clans. We are so far in the loser bracket final between Tompanai and Alternate Attacks. It took a while to separate them to the halfway stage, but Tompanai were the ones who managed to topple Alternate Attacks by 1%. That's how close it was, and I'm sure this war is going to continue on being as close as it gets. This time round though, Lady P's taking a break. I've got Judo this time round to pick his brains on his thoughts going into this, and I'm sure you saw that first game, and you know, we're just getting started here, Judo.
Absolutely, and especially when you were talking about time being the determining factor, it really was that close. And even after the perfect wars were off the cards, it looked like it could have even came down to that after Linnade's attack, so it was so close. Alternate Attacks, obviously, just short on that percentage, but being the current world champions, well, we could be going into the third matchup if they win, but obviously Tompanai looking to make this 2-0, exactly like they did, or exactly like Alternate Attacks did versus Tribe, meaning we won't have that extra matchup and another base. But it's Almoallen with the Dragon Riders, something that Ast mentioned in the interview they've been taking advantage of to good success.
Yeah, I can't picture like Alternate Attacks and the grand final not being together in one. It's just, you know, it'll be a strange feeling, but at the same time, you know, it happens, you know, upsets do occur. As the Queen now just charging down south, and if you guys are just joining us, it is a best of 3 in the loser bracket final as Tompanai currently up 1-0. So if they win this next game, it means they will be able to secure victory in this war 2-0. But if Alternate Attacks wins, then it will be going to the third and final game already. Carnage has been occurring in that southwestern side, already pushing on for taking out all of that compartment, but still got a lot more to do with his Judo as that invisibility spell comes down.
Yeah, the healers have transferred across to the Yeti, though, here, Lethal, leaving the Queen vulnerable with the Headhunters at the bottom. The ability goes off. The healers are actually taking a lot of damage. Yetis go down, so finally the healers move back to the Queen, but she's gone. The Queen has gone down at this point. Healers move to the Royal Champion, but they are also in range of the multi-target Inferno. Disaster for Almoallen in this first attack.
I just don't know what to say. It went from bad to worse, didn't it? And it means that it's going to be a very expensive attack, and you have to try and get as much value as possible. But remember, he does have 5 or 6 Dragon Riders there going out. He's still got the Warden behind it. And it's just a question, Judo, how well can he recover? Can he improvise him and get a triple at this point? I kind of feel like he needs to do a lot more, and it's going to be very tough. And looking at the spells, he's only got that one rage spell for when he pushes into the center, and looks like he's already going to use it right away. He wants to use it as early as possible just to make sure he can secure that Town Hall if things get any worse along the way in this matchup. But yeah, this is not the start Tompono wanted, but alternate attacks, this is a dream start for them.
Oh, it absolutely is a crucial part with the healers there. Unfortunate for the Royal Champion not to get that scatter shot on the right-hand side of the screen, because it does have just a tiny little bit of health. But I think Almoallen made the right call, saving the rage spell for the Dragon Riders, because he had to get the Town Hall. You obviously do not want to risk that 2-star, particularly when you know that the last war wasn't a 15-star war. So even if you miss one attack, they could still win it if their bases hold up like they did in the previous matchup. But knowing that they could progress winning this war and just get it out of the way, not have to worry about a third matchup, like you said, definitely not the start they needed.
Yeah, and for Almoallen as well, it's not really in his character to slip up like that. It's been very rare, but that's actually the worst percentage we've seen so far out of the 11 attacks in this series. It's not something you'd like to see, but then again, alternate attacks are going to be thinking to yourself, oh, this is a chance now to take it to a game 3 in this series. A little bit of relief there, but again, they've done that before, and we know Linnaid made a slip up. One of the other players also made a slip up, and we'll have to see. Remember, this is only the first attack, and already that one moment, of course, with the healers swerving away and not getting to the Queen in time was just massive. It was just way, way too much there, because you saw the whole point of the Queen's pathing just going onto the right-hand side to try and take out some of the defenses. But by then, what can you do in that point? Yeah, you've got the Dragon Riders, but they can only do so much going forward from the western side to then take out some of the structures in the center. But it was just way too much. Anything he can do is guarantee that 2-star, and then whatever happens at the end. So a little bit of a shame there, but Ast will be attacking first for alternate attacks. Almoallen will be defending this time round to make a little bit of a start there up on the northern side.
Yeah, beautiful use of that Yeti. Obviously, the Yeti attacks the non-defensive buildings, and having the air defense just on the inside means that he's being able to pick that off, also creating that funnel very nicely for his Inferno Dragons as they just move into the base with the battle blimp across for that Town Hall. And you can already see the early use of the skeleton spells here. That's actually going to have a double value, if you will, tanking the scatter shot, but because he used the Grand Warden ability, the skeletons helped to take down the Queen. So very nicely done there by Ast. And you can see with the heroes pushing in from the right-hand side, he's also got the skeleton spells for that single target Inferno. So everything is going to plan at the moment.
I love how we said in the Inferno Dragons turn to the composition, we see it once in a blue moon. We've already seen it twice in 2 games. So do you know what? I'm not complaining. Going into the center now, taking that multi-Inferno. Still going forward, freezing that Eagle down south. We'll be pushing on in. Looking okay so far. Still have to deal with a lot in the center. A lot of the Inferno Dragons have been taken down, and the rest of them are actually very weak. So a little bit worried at this point, but still though, 1:40 left on the clock. Just seeing what he's got left so far. It does have that King. Will be taking in the defensive King as well with that Queen in that southern compartment. But we've only got that one Inferno Dragon, Dragon Rider, which does get taken down here, Judo. But the RC does come out to try and push on forward against these defenses.
Yeah, he just wanted the Inferno Dragons to push into the core, take that down. It is exactly what they have done, and he's using the skeleton spells to obviously protect his heroes. The Queen ability and the Royal Champion ability still intact means that he's got that to get through these remaining defenses, and it looks pretty good here with a minute left, I will be honest, as the final skeleton spell comes in, holding that Royal Champion ability to try and get through these defenses. Expo falls. Can the Royal Champion get the multi and the Grand Warden statue? 40 seconds. The Queen will have to beat through walls, and the Royal Champion has gone down, so time now looking like a bit of a factor.
It certainly is indeed. 40 seconds left. In the perfect world, I can't really see this happening. He's got to get through the next wall as well. We'll be in range of the couple of these structures, but that's literally going to be about it. It's going to pop the ability just to try and speed things up ever so slightly. As you remember, I think it was 81% that Tompono got in their first attack. It won't be a triple, but Tompono are going to be happy with the fact that they can keep the star count tied in order to keep the pressure onto alternate attacks. So it does look like it's going to be about a 91, maybe 92% going into this. But yeah, it's not the start alternate attacks wants either. but at least the percentile isn't in the 80s. So it looks like it will be on 94%. Ast with a good execution, just could not clean things up due to that time fail. But it's a little bit of a shame. But end of the day, though, they do have the advantage coming into the second game.
Yeah, maybe he thought the Inferno Dragons might get a little bit more value to take the fire off his heroes, but that's exactly what you're trying to do with that strategy. Set up the funnel very quickly, get the Inferno Dragons to the middle, and use the heroes on the back end of the base. And it is a strategy we tend to see towards the start of the war, because it doesn't take a whole lot of planning. That's the essence of the attack strategy. It's more just figuring out how do I funnel the Inferno Dragons and where exactly am I using my spells. So not surprising that we've seen that come in early on, but like you said, a big relief for Tompanai Empire on that one, obviously missing out on the 3-star themselves. So Riak wanting to capitalize with the Queen Charge Dragon Riders. Tompanai have always been known for their Queen Charge attacks. They've branched out in their versatility of attacks we've mentioned throughout the challenge, but they can always default back to that Queen Charge and see big success with it.
Yeah, it makes sense. And of course, with those Inferno Dragons, it makes perfect sense. There's not really much of a calculated approach, is there, with, certain compartments. You just go in all guns blazing, which, I don't mind. It's more to my cup of tea. But at the same time, if it's not really much success, then that's when it can cause a few issues, which, wasn't really too bad with that 94% earlier on. But React from Tompanai, this is what he can do, just going in with the Queen, bringing up that invisibility spell. Just now continue towards that Town Hall. The King and the Yak as well coming in from that south side to continue to create that funnel, keep that Queen in that compartment, which he does do with the Rage spell, just taking out the storages as well as the Town Hall, eventually as well as that Expo. So far, everything's all going to plan, just depends on how things will pan out later on with the bulk of the attack.
Yeah, he's got that Queen through the Town Hall area. She's standing just outside of the Poison Blast, which is ideal right now as she takes down the enemy Queen. And the King has got easy pathing into that southern multi. You can see the defensive pathing now on the base just across that entire northern side. Riak has found the Tesla farm up there, so quickly does react with a couple of balloons. And he is slowly pushing through that with the Warden ability, but it's really how quick he can get across to the Eagle as everything is going down in terms of his heroes to the 6 o'clock area. That could be a little bit of an issue for him.
It really is. He's even frozen the Eagle because of the fact that he can't get there in time. And the Queen is still alive, don't get me wrong, but patience isn't really something he needs right now. He needs to try and get out to compartment ASAP. And if he can get in range as well of that Eagle, that would be a lot better. But I think here, Judo, the damage has already been done. But the RC comes out anyway, just able to stay alive long enough to take down that Eagle artillery. And just looking to see what he's got left. He does have a couple of Dragon Riders, still has the Queen. He's got so much value out of the Queen so far, right from the very get-go of this game. And it looks like he's going to be perfectly fine here, Judo. Just clean up a few storages here and there, doing some of the dirty work, and then that will be all done and dusted. That will be a triple for Riak, and now the pressure is on top of alternate attacks.
Showing exactly why they are the Queen Charge specialists. As you said, that was what got him the 3-star. She took out that entire bottom side of the base, helped the pathing for the Dragon Riders, and even though it was getting a little bit thin on the Dragon Riders towards the end, the Queen got just incredible value. And that is the first 3-star of this second matchup. Remember, Tompanai taking the first one, but they are not necessarily in the lead here because we have seen, wasn't it close to 80% in terms of 3-star hit rates from alternate attacks throughout the challenge series? So I wouldn't suspect them not to be getting multiple 3-stars in this war. And if they get it on the next one, obviously they're ahead on percentage.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to think from the top of my head. I think it was 78.6 from the top of my head. But even then, 199 stars out of 210, like I said, that's an achievement in itself, really. Can't even complain. But yeah, it's a very worrying percentile as well, because that just means that almost every single opponent they've played against, they've almost got a perfect war. I think they've got at least, about a handful of them throughout the ESL Mobile Challenge days, even though they played 14 games. Even just getting a couple against some of these teams is just a mammoth achievement in itself. But then again, getting like just numerous ones is just absurd. It really is indeed. But I'm very excited now because now that Tompen have got that triple, it means the pressure is on for alternate attacks. Yeah, sure, fair enough. They've actually got quite a big lead in terms of percentile. That 81% from the first attack and Tompenai, it's not going to do them any favors. As long as they keep getting these triples and piling the pressure on, they could win it by stars. But let's see if they can do it though. Boom is coming in for the second attack here for alternate attacks. You can see the percentile 3.5%, but maybe a lot more than that depending on if alternate attacks can get this triple. Just doing work in that 3 o'clock compartment.
Ooh, he has lost some of the super wizards. I think he's still got 2 alive, or is 3 alive. He definitely lost. Oh, maybe it wasn't the super wizards that he lost. Maybe it was just one of them to the scatter shot. But either way, Boom continues to get good value in this area. Just about sneaks the single as well, and actually has wiped out that entire compartment. He has been using the Blizzard Lava Loon quite a lot in the challenge and getting very good success with it. Now you see he's had to use 2 wall breaks in order to get into this area. I don't think that's a major issue because looks like he's going to send both of his heroes in there unless he was planning on sending the king elsewhere, but it doesn't look not like it from to view. So all in all, a pretty good start here for Boom with that Blizzard.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty chuffed about that. The King Yak as well has come out to create that funnel going in towards the Eagle Artillery. Needs to be careful with that defensive RC as well. See the Baby Dragon continue to make that funnel on the 11 o'clock side as well, just on top of things. The Queen is in range to try and help out with the King ever so slightly, but it's continued to create a path into the center. Makes perfect sense, but still in range once again. Help out the King as best as possible. And already now taking down that clan castle. But the loons have come out to play. The Lava Hound as well, just tanking that damage for the AD, the scanner shot, and everything else. The Inferno Tower, will that get taken down the northern compartment? Yes, it will. I was a little bit worried there for a second, but the haze spells come out. Still got 2 more haze spells here, Judo, and this is looking very good for Boom.
It is. He's got to play this next section right, though. Getting through the town hall is always a little bit dangerous with the poison. Has the Grand Warden, which is fortunately sticking with the balloons, but there is the tornado trap, capturing all of the balloons, so he has to freeze the town hall for a 3rd time. There is the haste to get them out of the poison. Grand Warden ability is perfect, and would you look at that, they will not take any damage over the top of that town hall. Straight to the multi-target Inferno, and this is exactly what you've seen in Boom's opening attack in the first war of this matchup, where he had so much left over. I don't know how he has so many balloons left over, not just in one attack, but again, and again whenever he uses that strategy. He really is a master with it.
He really is just wrecking havoc on that base. It's amazing how clean or how smooth a lot of these executions are. When you see how much is left, it just shows how well they performed going into that last portion of the attack. So good indeed. But like I said, we've got another game on our hands still. Still even in stars, don't get me wrong. Top 1 still, got a heavy deficit in terms of percentage, but it's still early days as of yet in this second game. It's just a matter of Tom Pon want to try and end this now, and they can for 2 reasons. One, they want to end it now because if you give, alternate attacks an inch, of course they're going to grab a mile. That's common sense. But at the same time, they don't want any more research going in the hands of MCES because they are definitely keeping a close eye on this to see what they could be coming up against in this grand final. And it's not something they want to try and deal too much with. But if it does go to a game 3, of course, alternate attacks have no choice now. They're going to have to force it. But Tom and I need to close this out or trouble could be heading their way. And I'm not sure what they're like in terms of their mental state in competition, as they get a bit demoralized, how well they can reset. But I've seen it from time and again, they do reset quite well. So I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. I think it's going to be depending on the base build if it does go to a game 3. But I'm talking a bit too far in ahead. We are going to go to the 3rd attack now for Tom and I, but they need to continue to pile on this pressure because if they don't, then they're going to have a lot more errors in their way and they'll be stumbling even further. And it's not something we want to see from then. As Machio from Tom and I is going to be coming out with the loons from that 9 o'clock side to take out some of the defenses. The Queen has come out as well to create that funnel. And now we'll be heading into the center towards that town hall momentarily. So let's see what he can do to try and get another triple for Tom and I.
We did see a Queen Charge Hog Rider attack from Tompanai yesterday. I believe it was Michael DP that used it very successfully. I don't think I've seen Metru use this attack before, so let's find out what he can do. But normally, Metru is a Queen Charge Lava Loon expert. And the one thing I always say is if you can get the opener right, you can really customize the end of the attack. So if he gets enough value out of this Queen Charge, he obviously just senses a bit of a weakness in this base for the Hog Riders. As the Queen is busted into this compartment by the scatter shot, notice that he's just walking around from the Town Hall, just taking apart any of the buildings there. Has the Battle Blimp selected. I wouldn't be surprised if he swaps to the Wall Wrecker potentially, though, as a bit more security, since the Sweeper is in that area. Decides to just go to the Battle Blimp. Should still get to the Town Hall relatively safe. It has lured the Clan Castle.
Really has. I'm keeping a very, very close eye on that Judo to see if he will be able to take that down. Whilst the Queen is just trying to do work just to sway the defenses away, and that Town Hall will get taken down. So he's going to be relieved about that. And you can see again a lot of damage being taken, sadly, for the King, as now he's going to be popping his ability to take out all the structures around the outside. But here come the Hog Riders here, Judo. This is going to be huge for Metru as he needs to try and get this triple. But again, the Queen is still alive, trying to at least be in sync and coordinate with the rest of the composition, and trying to help out towards the Inferno Tower will do absolute wonders here. I think it's just outside of range, sadly, but the Hog Riders are already trying to do damage into that Inferno Tower in the center, but not too sure it's going to get taken down here, Judo.
Normally we see an early Warden ability, and I'm just so puzzled as to why he held on to it. I presume he is worried about that gap around the multi-target Inferno, particularly seeing that the Tesla popped by the Town Hall. There's potential for giant bombs in that area, so he needed the Warden ability through that. But he just waited so long. He had no Hog Riders left. Now the Royal Champion steps through, and it's going to be pretty close here, but due to not having any healers left on the Queen, that Expo takes them down. And can you believe how close this is going to be, Lethal? If only that early Warden ability was there, there's potential the Hogs could have got through the central multi. Maybe that would have been the game changer.
It really could have done. Definitely the win condition there. And that Inferno Tower in the center did so much DPS throughout the majority of that matchup as well. Yeah, just a real shame. The Queen was just out of range. He only had like a very few amount of Hog Riders there to try and take it down. It was nowhere near going to be enough. As sadly, they didn't split evenly enough to get into the center and then go towards the north side straight afterwards. I assume that's what his plan was anyway, but it just did not happen. So, bit of a shame for them. A little bit of a stumble once again. Like I said, these errors are going to keep occurring now and again, but now it's just building up more and more, and it's to give alternate attacks more room to breathe here in this next attack. And not too much room, of course. There's still a lot of pressure onto them. They're still on the back foot in this series. But again, if they could tie this up, you know, momentum's definitely going to be in their favor.
Oh, absolutely. I was just about to say that, actually, because despite Tompanai being in the position where they can lose this war, if they do lose this war, moving into match number 3, that definitely has a momentum shift in the favor of alternate attacks. And the mental aspect, knowing Tompanai have just lost the previous matchup, it just really gets into all different kinds of mind games. So it's not the position they want to be in. Alternate attacks, though, they are on the brink of elimination. So they are focused and performing very well in this one. Yo-Yo with the lightning spells to the center, already creating the funnel for his heroes to get in towards the base. And we know how good he is with the Lava Loon. Unfortunately, the wall break there did not give his Queen access into the Town Hall, so he's going to have to hope she decides to punch through and into that compartment.
Yeah, Yo-Yo hasn't got a diverse amount of spells like he normally does this time. He's kept it pretty simple in comparison. King doing absolute work in that eastern compartment. And the defensive Queen is still there as well, just making sure to try and keep anything at bay as it continues on. But the RC, though, will get taken down momentarily in that same compartment. The Queen comes up from the north side. Will obviously pop the ability now to trying to take down that Town Hall, which he should be able to here. Yeah, it's going to be perfectly fine. Still got to deal with a couple of expos, though. Main priority being the AD as well to help these loons later on. But it looks like a lot of these loons at the Lava Hand will be coming from the south side. Of course, prioritizing that Eagle doesn't take too much damage here. A couple of Lava Hounds as well, going straight towards the AD, which is exactly what these loons want, pushing forward into these compartments.
Yeah, nice use of the Stone Slammer as well to just help the defensive pathing for the Lava Loon. You see the Headhunters quickly taking out the first hero, but I noticed the enemy Queen on the back end of the base. I wonder what is inside that Stone Slammer. Maybe he has something to help out. It is a Dragon Rider and an Inferno Dragon, so I think he's hoping to just freeze the Queen. She will be at the end of the base. Perhaps he wanted the attacking Queen to take her down early on, but I think he could still be okay here. Freezes the Queen, Inferno Dragon is on, and she will be history. The balloons cruise to the end of the base, and despite a tornado trap, there is nothing that Tom and I can do to defend right now. Yo-Yo showing the power of alternate attacks, putting them a star in the lead, as well as that incredible percentage advantage.
That was one of the fastest finishes we've seen so far. I think it was 51 seconds last time, but 54, especially from the likes of Yo-Yo. Yeah, not surprised at all in the slide. Even had a couple of spells which he didn't even really need to implement into his gameplay or implement in any way, shape or form going forward with the rest of his attacks. So very clean once again. But if you're just joining us, we're just going to look at the percentages in terms of the attacks from the previous attacks here. And you can see that Tomponite, sadly, they did stumble quite heavily. Also, attacks also did, but only a 94%. So it's not like they made a massive blunder there. And you see they dropped another star once again in Tomponite's third attack. So it's very up and down. Alternate attacks are ahead by 1 star, but Tomponite, again, fate is in alternate attacks' hands to either take this to a tied series, or maybe they can still have a chance to 2-0 this series as well. So still go wait for a couple of attacks. Anything can happen, as Judo is rightly seen over the last couple of months. We've seen some crazy things in the past so far, even from the best of teams, and we'll see if it could happen once again.
Absolutely, and it has to be difficult for these teams knowing that the grand final, whoever wins this, is also a best of 3. And what I was personally thinking is earlier on in the matchup, if Pomp and I could get the victory in this one, make it 2-0 and move straight through, that could actually give them an advantage knowing they are already warmed up, whereas MCES are moving in fresh. However, if it goes to game 3, which at the moment it's looking like it will, then does that have a little bit of mental fatigue coming into the clans as they go to the grand final? I guess time will tell. Michael DP, though, looking to rescue this matchup for Tompanai. Hope they can get that overall victory. Lightning spells nicely used. Now a couple of rocket balloons, but he does find a Tesla farm. I guess that isn't the end of the world in terms of the dragons, knowing that is out of the way. Lured the CC, or partly lured the CC, and now has the Archer Queen down at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, he did have a failed attack earlier on in the first game, so hopefully he can try and redeem himself again. As ready, the Queen just continuing to take down the AD, going to follow down south to take out the rest of these structures. And yeah, Michael, like I said before, his attack was still pretty good last time round, just couldn't really finish things up, but he wants to try and do this once again and try and make up for his losses earlier on. And this is definitely the time to do it. He needs to keep this pressure on, needs back-to-back triples in order to try and make alternate attacks fumble in some way. The blimp is going towards that town hall compartment. It's looking good so far. The loons will be coming out to take it down. It does prioritize that town hall, even with the sweeper pushing some of those loons back. It's still got that dragon rider as well, and we'll be seeing if we can take out anything else. But you can see the drags and the loons coming in from the southern side, going to be looking to take down that scatter shot and the wizard tower as fast as possible to avoid any more splash damage occurring from Vale. And of course, that Eagle artillery is an absolute must going forward.
It certainly is. They should be able to get straight to that area. He has Walbrook right up at the 2 o'clock area. Looks like he'll just be sending the king in. But what he's doing here is very smart. He's basically waiting until the dragons are near enough that area so that the king and the dragons can work in unison. Notice the dragons are now tanking the expo just to the north of this compartment. That means there's a little bit less fire onto the king up at the north. So it's very good he's trying to merge it in. He's lost a couple of dragons across to the left-hand side, though, and the multi-target Inferno in the center is beaming through the dragons pretty quick. So he's got to hope that his King and Royal Champion have enough force to get through the back end of the attack. But everything going south here, and I'm not sure he has enough.
too sure either. That sweeper keeping that drag bay at all times. If that sweeper wasn't there, that Inferno Tower surely would have been taken down, but now it's going to mean extra effort's going to have to come out for Michael. 30 seconds left. Even if he takes everything down, I'm not really too sure. Look at that. His scout shot's taken down. Still needs to turn his Inferno Tower and Expo. Will he be able to do it? Oh, look at it. The RC is so weak. It's still alive, but finally gets taken down. And looking at that Dragon Ride, I was trying to see how much health it has left, but it doesn't matter. He just went through a bulk of those traps towards that Wizard Tower and the Expo. What a shame for Michael. Another failed attempt at a triple. But it does keep the percentile high. It makes it 96%, but you need absolutely anything. You need to scrape at the bottom of the barrel to try and come back against Alternate Attacks. Not going to happen, but Alternate Attacks are going to be very happy about that. They could easily tie this series now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, being a star behind before that attack, it had to be a 3-star. He got a little bit unfortunate, I feel, because the Expo that was firing at the Royal Champion towards the end actually only had a tiny little bit of health. Had the Dragon Rider have taken that out, he might have actually been able to sneak that, but it's those little differences that really do impact these wars. And now, like you said, Alternate Attacks ready to just take this one, make it into the best of 3. And that is where we really do get to see the teams shine, because, you know, in the upper bracket, it was all a best of 1. Tomp and I would have moved through if that was the scenario, Tomp and I and Alternate. But now that it's a best of 3, Alternate can take their time, and the best team on the day really will prevail.
Yeah, I'll say this every time. The longer the series pans out, if it's a best of 3, 5, best of 100, you know, the better team normally comes out on top here. And, you know, we're going to see that from Alternate Attacks. And this is where the better team normally does excel. Leonardo, he's had a few blunders here and there, but he's also had a few triples at the same time. But if he wants one now, this is the time to make sure he does it, so he doesn't put too much pressure on the final attacker. Already comes out with the Rage Spell and the Queen coming down and just pushing in towards that Town Hall. The Loons as well, just taking some of the defenses there to continue that funnel for the Queen. But it's looking good so far. Still getting the most value as possible out of that Rage Spell, and also using it again to push that Loon towards the Expo. And I like that. A nice little cheeky move there from Leonard. And still the Queen. We'll leave that for now. It's going to be taking a while to take down that Town Hall. And just looking at it so far, still has 5 Dragon Riders in, a few Loons to back it up, as well as a few of those Headhunters and that Stone Slammer. So I'm very excited to see how he's going to push on with this attack.
Yeah, we've seen quite a mix in the amount of Dragon Riders across this, haven't we? Even up to 8 in some of the attacks. So Leonard obviously wanting to push heavily into the base with his Queen. Unfortunately, the Queen was rotated with the Tornado Trap into the poison of the Town Hall, but he's managed to keep her alive and preserve the ability via the use of that Rage Spell. Now taking down the defending Clan Castle Lava Hound. Struggling a little bit with that Expo, though. Maybe he's just going to... Ooh, I thought he was going to freeze it, but he uses the Rage. And Leonard, how are you doing this? The nerves that he has. I would have froze that Expo and bailed out a long time ago. He managed to hold on through. The ability of the Queen finally goes off, but obviously she's topped right back up, and he saved a heal, or a freeze rather, for the Dragon Riders.
I can't believe how we managed to keep that Queen alive. Still having to with the invisibility spell, but yeah, the damage has already been done. You can see taking out the Eagle Artillery in that northeastern compartment. The Dragons are coming out as well as the Loons. But still, though, got a minute left on the clock. But it's looking so far so good here, as he's pushing towards behind that Sweeper, going towards the Inferno Tower as well. But still, though, you've got a couple of ADs in that other Inferno Tower in this compartment. So it's going to be really, really tough to push in forward. And he hasn't got any spells left to make this attack even possible. The Inferno Dragon, even from the northern side, can't really do, you know, any more here due to the fact that it's running out and it hasn't really got much HP. And you can see the defensive Queen actually takes down the RC here, Judo. The Inferno Dragon, like I said, is already still alive, but he's so weak. He is not going to make it into a triple. And this is something Tomp and I absolutely wanted, which means whoever's going to be attacking last for Alternate Attacks has a lot of pressure on their hands.
Certainly will do. Maybe should have used that freeze, because he needed that defending Queen down. As soon as I seen the Dragon Riders coming across and no Headhunters left, I knew this was going to end in disaster, unfortunately. And like you said, that is the move that Tomp and I needed. But let's be real, they still need a triple, and they still need to hold off another attack from Alternate Attacks. So it's still a big ask, but they're still in it.
Absolutely. I'd say, yeah, it's unlikely, but it's definitely not impossible. That attack from Linade, if you got the triple, then yeah, that pretty much would have been said and done. And it's going to be very tough again. You know, the nerves from the last attacker on alternate attacks. Yeah, you know, just to try not secure victory, just to keep themselves in the competition going into the third game here. And you know what? It could be a long night, Judo. And I'm not complaining at all because more games, the absolute merrier. If both these series go to a game 3, I'm not going to be complaining. I'm sure the guys at home not going to be complaining either because I want every single one of these to go to the full distance. And it looks like it's going to, considering Tomp and I now need to bag this triple. If they don't, it's going to be end of this game and it will go to a game 3 as this victory will go to alternate attacks.
It's certainly looking that way, but like you said, let's find out if it will go to the best of 3. It is Croissant needing the 3-star. And look at the percentage difference. That actually means that even if they 3-star, they would need to hold alternate attacks back to around a 90% 2-star. So alternate could still even just get a high percentage 2 and get this. But let's focus on the here and now, using the Yetis inside the battle blimp first to try and get that scatter shot. Takes down the defending Royal Champion, also luring the Clan Castle troops. And they get the Expo here as well to just be a little bit sneaky.
Certainly could do. Already doing a fair amount of damage as he's going towards the army cannons, was the cannon just trying to keep them at bay as well as that Tesla. But yeah, a little bit of a miss out, but it doesn't matter. Still done a fair amount in that southern compartment anyway. The Queen, we can leave her for the time being. She's going to be delayed by that lava hound and just trying to have a look around to see what he's got at the moment. So you can see he's got 6 Dragon Riders, got a bunch of loons with it as well as the Giant we don't really see too often. But in terms of spells, he does have that invisibility spell for later on to use, and the King has come out on that 9 o'clock side to again continue making that funnel so the Queen is guaranteed to go into that town hall compartment. So this is again going to be the main factor, but at the same time, Croissant needs to get a triple. If he doesn't, it's pretty much said and done here.
Absolutely. The funnel is perfect, by the way, with the King in front ahead of the Archer Queen. Please, Queen, go to the right-hand side across to the elixir storage. She doesn't. She walks directly into the poison of the town hall. So let's keep an eye on those heroes. But meanwhile, the Dragon Riders on the right-hand side, Tornado Trap is there, and they are going to take down that Expo. I thought it might have been a little bit of an issue due to the multi-target Inferno, but actually they are completely out of range. Still a lot of base to go here, though, Lethal, and the Dragon Riders already wearing thin.
I can't see this happening here unless, not saying it's a miracle, but it depends on how much value the RC can get from that northern side. The Queen and the King both getting taken down by the poison from the town hall was massive, absolutely massive for Yo-Yo, which means that now there's got to focus on the rest of these Dragon Riders in order to secure this victory. And you say it was wearing thin, Judo. It really is. Look what's left so far. Only that other Dragon Rider that's been taken down. We've only got that Warden, and that's literally going to be about it. And it was as a couple of minions, 74% at the moment. It will hit the well, it will roughly hit the 80s potentially. Don't get me wrong, but and if it doesn't matter. You can see they're going to lose on star count. And alternate attacks will only need 2 stars or above to guarantee themselves victory. And this is not the finish that Tomp and I wanted.
No, it's certainly not, knowing that this is their final attack as well. So obviously, it looks in this scenario that alternate is going to get it done, get the match. We're going to a round 3, and Tomp and I know that they finished on an 80% 2-star and a very shaky war for them. So moving to the absolute elimination match, it's really going to be tough for them to psychologically get over this.
Very uncharacteristic from Tomp and I, but just shows how great the base builds and the bases are in general for alternate attacks coming into the second game. But with the third game now, what base are they going to use straight after? Are they going to be using the exact same, maybe something a little bit different? There's only so much you can change to try and keep Tomp and I at bay, and it's going to be very difficult for them. But alternate attacks are going to be happy. They just need a 2-star, said and done, and then they'll equalise the series going into a third game shortly afterwards. So, like I said, it's going to go the distance. I'm not complaining at all, and I want to see every single one of these series go the distance depending on how the grand finals goes later on. So it means that it's more information for MCES to take in to decide what they want to do later on. And also, like you mentioned before, Judo, you brought up a very valid point. It's the fact that MCES are just sitting back and waiting. Some teams normally come out differently. You know, sometimes they chill too much, sometimes they don't play enough. It could be a little bit of rust on their shoulders and anything else. So yeah, it depends how they prepare for this next war. But Alternate Attacks or Tompanai, they're going to be heated up. They're ready. Their thumbs are going to be up for anything at this point going into that grand finals, as they're going to be warmed up next to anything. And we'll have to see how this outcome will go in this series before we even talk about the grand final, as already going to be making a start on that 2 o'clock side. But the 3 o'clock compartment, already a spell comes down to try and keep the DPS at bay to give a bit more room for the King to take out the rest of the defenses, especially that scanner shot. And the Warden and the Drags are coming up from that northern side.
Yeah, very good start here from Vale. He always identifies bases where there's just so much value with the lightning spell, but I love this double approach. He's got the King and Queen moving down one side, and he is not waiting because he doesn't need them to set up the pathing for the dragons. He's actually coming from the opposite side of the base, and really there's not a lot to focus on with the King and Queen, just allowing them to do their thing. So he's able to keep his eye on the dragons with the battle blimp moving through. That will take down the town hall here, and it's all weather. There, the multi-target Inferno goes down. Can he get to this single target Inferno? But he still has 2 freeze spells, 3 rocket balloons, and some hero abilities. So it looks good for Alternate Attacks to wrap this up with a 3-star. They have won the war. We are going to round 3, but can they really finish off in style and mean that they are giving themselves a lot more confidence into this next matchup, Lethal?
Yeah, this is completely different from what we've seen from Alternate Attacks in this first game. Come out swinging, and what a way to finish things up. A very aggressive approach, very clean as well. Literally almost a minute left. The RC still alive to try and continue taking out that storage, and look at that. Nearly 57 seconds remaining. That was a very strong but very quick attack to finish up this second game, which does mean that Alternate Attacks does come out on top by 2 stars. A huge percentile difference there, Judo, as you can see, 6.6%, which does mean that the series is all tying up 1-1 in this best of 3, and we are going to be going to a third game.
Absolutely beautiful stuff, and fantastic celebrations for Alternate Attacks on that one. Getting us to round 3, exactly what we wanted, Lethal. We want more matches, we want more action. And remember, everybody, if you want to take part in this tournament, sign-ups are already up for next season. ! Sign up in the chat will give you all of the information. We could be cheering for people watching next season, Lethal.
Yeah, we could be cheering for you at home. It doesn't matter. I know there's a lot of players, a lot of teams where they're very inexperienced. Maybe you've never even competed in the competition, but maybe you may just enjoy the competitive aspect. Maybe you want to use it to improve your own bases in the future, just to learn from some of the better players. There's so much you can gain from this, and you got to remember that you're not going to win a tournament straight away. Nowadays, it's literally almost impossible, literally a very small percentage. But, you've got to gain that valuable experience, the wealth of knowledge along the way to be, the best of the best, and try to give these guys a lot of competition. Because we've seen a couple of teams come out the woodwork already, and we would love to see more. We love a good upset as well. So make sure you do ! Sign up in the chat, and make sure you register yourselves for the next season. Because I must tell you guys, it's actually happening very, very soon, very quickly, maybe even as soon as this week or next week, and we don't want you guys to miss out on any of the action. So make sure you guys do get involved. But guess what, Judo? Like you said, we've got a third game. Sadly, I won't be taking part in this one. I've already had my fill. I've already done the first 2, but I'm going to let Lady B get in the hot seat with you and to take over this final part of a miraculous series. It's been incredible nonetheless, and I can't wait to see the outcome. So for now, though, we'll see you guys in just a few minutes. We'll have a quick break, and then we'll be back with the third game between Tompanai and Alternate Attacks.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. We have the round 3 matchup of Alternate Attacks and Tomp and I. 1 win apiece. So whoever wins this one is progressing to the grand final, Lady B.
Yeah, it's they're keeping it close-knit, and they're giving us some exciting matches to watch. Just before we popped on, actually, I was saying to you, I'm impressed to see how low the star count can be kept when Tomp and I faces off against any team. It's not like we're seeing these 14, 15 star wars coming in. They're keeping ATN back to 13 stars. It didn't work in Tomp and I's favor this time around, with ATN bringing in that stronger defense in the second match, which we often get to see them do in these best 2 out of 3 style matches, where typically they can bring in, some limited defense in the start. And if they slip up, they have it for the back end. But I'm a little bit worried because Tomp and I has just been firing away team after team, again, with these low star counts, which puts ATN in a bit of a precarious position, considering that they've used a lot of bases already for this weekend.
Absolutely, and Tomp and I know that if they can continue to hold Alternate back to that 13-star war again, it's all whether they can just get it done on offense themselves, which we know they have the capability of doing so. We have Boom with another Blizzard Lava Loon, but in the first 2 matches, he has demolished bases with probably an entire army left over. So let's find out what he can do on this one. A good start with the Blizzard as he's keeping the Super Wizards invisible, already getting that good value. And can he even get the Royal Champion here as well? He does. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, great way to kick this off. This is a particular strategy that he has been excelling at over the past, I want to say, month or so. We've seen him solely doing this strategy for the most part. And it means he's a lot more cautious going into these bases, just really looking for any possible baits and likely having some backup plans to boot to come along with it, but shaping up a beautiful path here for the Queen and the Baby Dragon, just helping this out a little bit more. But look at this extra assurance. We've got the Royal Champ cutting in to take on the Eagle Artillery, and with the King tanking, that's going to force the Queen moving through to help pick off this Town Hall here, but also give a little assist to the Royal Champion, who can pick up even more value. I'm curious that she might... Oh, this Queen is going for a walk and not in the direction he was hoping for. Beating on the wall, but she's not going to come back around, and that means the King is left unsupported and might not have enough power to get through this Town Hall here as he works along the outskirts and takes on all the damage surrounding him.
He has used the invisibility for the Royal Champion to try and get the expo, get the fire off the King, but the King has gone down. And what is he going to do? He has to Lalo into the Town Hall. He's got 3 haste spells, so he can certainly push the balloons through. But does that mean he has enough for the back end of the base? Grand Warden on the right-hand side. So Boom is actually going to just give up a few balloons by the Town Hall, but he's missed it. Oh, no.
Oh,
and the tornado!
Oh. A couple actually sneak their way in. The Warden even helps to snipe this out, but he's not going to have the full power he was hoping to see come in, though. Look at the spread coming in for the multi-targeting Inferno. Huge amount. I'm surprised of loons left over on this, even with the scatter shot, just trying to eliminate them. He's gotten down some huge value with something that went completely wrong. I don't know if the Queen's going to be enough to get this done. The Warden doing his best with the Electro Owl. Can the Queen get in here in time? He's got the minions on the storages, but you know it's going to be a race for the clock here.
It certainly is. I thought the Owl was going to chain through. Now, the thing is, I think that's only a 1-tile gap behind the wall, which means the multi is reachable for the Queen, is it not? She's actually breaking through the wall. Is that... Oh, no, it's 2 tiles behind that second wall. So, yeah, the Queen has got to break through. I'm more concerned about the Clan Castle. Oh, it's going to be a time fail for Boom, but what a recovery! In terms of missing the Town Hall and getting 99%, that's incredible.
I mean, that's what you can expect to see from these top-level teams, that kind of recovery. That your Queen can go on a complete tangent, walk away from the directed target, and you can still come 1% away. But many times over, we've seen 99% come back to haunt teams. ATN likely a bit worried about that from what they've been seeing coming in from Tomp and I today. But if they can continue to play a smooth, clean approach here, the 99 could also come into their favor percent-wise.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's like, are you happy with it? Are you not? Certainly, if they hold Tompanai to the 11 stars, then they would be happy with that. But, I mean, like you said, stars are what these teams are after. So I think Alternate Attacks will not be happy with that. Tompanai, if they get a 3-star here, not only does it put them in the lead for this war, I feel it also helps them to shake off that last war where they lost by a couple of stars. That has to be looming over them at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does. Look at that. Look at the start off, though, from Machu. I want to point out this Yeti Blimp does not drop the rage, saves us for the Queen charge, and that's because he's got easy value picking that off. Did not worry about having to contend with the Queen, who's just on the outskirts there. Not a lot of damage value coming into that, but shapes up this great path for the Queen to make her approach towards the Town Hall, very patiently working through. And he was able to get that Clan Castler out of it, which is always a nice thing when you're working with your heroes, whether it's hero dive or your Queen charges. If you can limit the damage coming in when CC troops are coming out, particularly because of the mixed spread of certain CC troops we see coming in, like headhunters and super minions, it's an ideal approach, and that helps out quite a bit. But the super wall breakers coming in, giving the Queen clear passage, moving along, just double broke right in there. But this is all we need to see, the Queen getting taken down.
I'm surprised he sent the second wall break. I thought he was going to actually save one of them for the Barbarian King, since the Queen would have continued to take that route, but she will get to that Town Hall and take it down pretty easily, so he does now start the Dragon Riders. Nice early freeze onto the Archer Queen, getting the scatter shot as well for nice value, since the Dragon Riders are quite clumped up. Here come the Headhunters to help take down that Queen, and the pathing he has for the Dragon Riders right now is fantastic. Still has the Barbarian King left over, though. I think he's just waiting to see. Oh, no, there he comes from the top of the base. I guess he's just going to try and take out the outside. I'm really surprised he used that second wall break.
Yeah, that King would have been ideal to come in for this back end, either for the scatter shot or even the multi-compartment to keep the pathing force through into the core of the base, where we have the additional multi and that air sweeper pushing along. But the King rounding the corner, taking care of the cleanup, and we still have a ton of drag riders left over, and we've got the Queen. She's got her ability. 49 seconds left to go. With it converged all in this one compartmentalized central area, he's got an easy, powerful push to try and finish a job.
The Royal Champion jumping through as well. The invisibility was perfectly used prior to that in order to turn the enemy Royal Champion invisible, help keep her alive. He's still got a rocket balloon he can send in to the Archer Tower. Thought he was going to be sneaky and send it into the storages down the bottom to help with time. The minions actually go down there to the red air bombs. 20 seconds for the Queen to get through this wall, but it should still be enough here. Tompanai Empire taking an early lead. I'm just waiting to make sure no skelly traps pop and distract all of these troops. Then I can eat my own words. But no, I'm not jinxing him. It's a 3-star and a slight advantage to Tompanai.
That 1-star advantage that they have right now, but also only 1% away. Minor slip up, and 98% can do in Tompanai for ATN to try and take the lead. But they need to get these connections on the 3-stars. And when you can slip up a player like Boom, you know you're in a good position on the start of the war. But, any given day, we can see just these defenses coming in solid from these teams and tripping up the best of the players in the world.
Yeah, I think just picking up what I said yesterday about alternate attacks, it really doesn't matter. Anybody can slip up because their roster is so stacked that the rest of the team can just get the job done. So I don't think it matters that Boom is the player to slip up. They've certainly got enough talent to lift that, elevate the number of stars, but it is how they react to this, because as the war goes on, this is where it would certainly get trickier for them. So they really need just a fast turnaround here. I mean, it's alternate attacks. I don't think it's really going to impact them too much. They always seem to be able to turn around in these situations. But certainly it must be difficult, particularly with the world watching them, and they are expected to continue winning based on the reputation they've built. So I feel that is another factor that adds on to them as well.
Does put on a lot of pressure for these players. Yo-Yo, though, we have been seeing doing exceedingly well and coming back to his roots with Lalo. This is a namesake for him, Lalo 23. And if he needed to come in, he needed to come in right now to try and make a connection for ATN to power along. Very patient with the approach to the town hall. Notice how he just gets that CC taken care of. The queen with very limited damage as she approaches through and in a good position to path around the poison bomb, which is perfect. This is going to keep her nice and safe. But I like the use again. We see this time and time again. The king, the royal champion, helping to forge the path for the queen and section off even more of the base for this Lalo. The royal champ is really getting a lot of value out of this and has the opportunity to take down that scatter in the core.
Nice freeze onto the multi-target Inferno to keep the healers alive, but they are back in its range, so he has to use the invisibility. They were just outside of the tornado trap earlier, which could have been disaster had it have rotated the healers in towards the poison, but he's had a fantastic start here. I mean, you think this is the opener, and he's already taken out 2/3 of the base. We only have this right-hand side now. He's taken out the bottom left, the central area. The Stone Slammer is continuing to tank and take down the defenses. Now he can merge that in with the Lalo. I don't know how he does this. I really don't. He can now just path them all the way down this side. He doesn't have to worry about it.
This is why, a team like this has been excelling so much with air being so strong and being some of the best air attackers around. They have been really able to just capitalize off of it. Even that 99% that we saw coming in from Boom speaks loads to the caliber of performance they put in. But Yo-Yo at hand right now, surrounding this base with the loons. This is all going to collapse together into that single targeting Inferno. Limited risk for the loons as they make the push in. No splash damage around to try and pick them off as Yo-Yo comes in to help bring ATN hopefully back on the board. That's at least what they're hoping to see. If they can hold a defense at 99% looming over them, but could give them a huge advantage in this matchup. 3 stars, though, are the way to get it going, and Yo-Yo does just that.
Always thinking outside of the box. I think a lot of people would have defaulted to using the haste with the big stack of loons, which is what I thought he was going to do, but he actually used it with the 6 that he drifted into the back end to assure he got the air defense, keep the pathing of the main group of loons moving to that single. So always just having a plan for every single specific part of the attack is something I admire about watching ATN. So like you said, right back in this, and with that 99%, it does mean the pressure is on Tom and I to continue 3-starring themselves.
It really does, because any small slip up does them in. But we saw these two teams come really close in the first matchup where we had the 298s and we thought they were going to keep it quite a bit through to the end. Worked out in Tom and I's favor in the end, and that's what they're hoping to see again. They had that lead there, but ATN puts them in a better position, kind of knowing that early on, because it means the pressure to perform is a little bit stronger towards Tom and I to have to produce. They know they're coming up against this 99%, and any small slip up is a big slip up. But Queen Charge Drag Rider, we have been seeing the strategy through and through. It is super powerful. And, let's be honest, Queen Charge, if you're not doing it these days in the meta, you better start learning it fast. It's very versatile. We get to see it with Lalos. We get to see it with the Drag Riders. And we even get to see it with hybrids and hogs. It is a huge navigating factor, and it's a great way typically to help pick off the town hall, though we do see this coming in from the other side of that. So we'll get to see the blimp to help factor that in.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point for people at home to take away as well, because even if you are a Town Hall 9, you can start learning the Queen Charge and it will see you through all of the higher Town Hall levels. So it definitely is an advantage to learn and become proficient with it, because despite which troops are in the meta, we've seen with Linnaeus of alternate attacks easily able to just switch to that new strategy because he's got the opener. And you can see in this one, making sure he's got that funnel to get her into the heart of the base. Enemy queen already down, sneaking in that headhunter as well. Has a jump spell, just trying to thin out the base here, get the 6 o'clock area down, and then he can jump the queen directly into that central part with the 2 multi-target Infernos, which is huge, to then swoop the Dragon Riders around the back.
Yeah, this is a great way to kind of approach a base. You can already see the pathing that is set. That king not only cleared out those compartments early on the outskirts, taking down the structures. But he's able to burn through this ability and keep the momentum pushing forward, taking care of that cleanup along as well. And this is all forcing these drag riders through, meeting up with the Queen. But we want to see the bypass through from the town hall straight into the core of the base and even along the outskirts slightly. The Royal Champ taking on the outlying defenses, and we will get to see the drag riders for the most part forcing back in to the tail end of the base where we have a scatter shot. He needs some life left over for this, and the Royal Champion, unfortunately, taking on too much damage, has to force her ability early. So it's up to the drag riders, who unfortunately get picked off. Only one here on the board, and the Queen is down for the count. This scatter shot could be holding a huge defense for Vala.
Oh, that is devastating, because he needed the Archer Queen to the left-hand side of this central area to get the scatter shot. I feel he lost a lot of healers moving into that area. I kept seeing Seeking Airmine after Seeking Airmine popping them off. Didn't really have many Coco Loons in order to send in. So maybe that was a big factor in losing that many healers and not being able to keep the Queen alive. But there's certainly still a lot of base left over that the Dragon Riders weren't able to get. And that is exactly what we were talking about, Lady B. Despite Alternate not getting that opening 3-star, the fact that it was such a high percentage means that they have been able to leapfrog straight away the second that Tomp and I have slipped up.
And this sits them fairly comfortably, but they can't get too comfortable knowing that Tomp and I is going to be on their heels. And again, bringing in those superb defenses that we've been seeing this weekend. They've been the one team to really try and hold star counts down for most of the teams they faced off against. And again, I want to remind, they were able to hold MCES back yesterday to 13 stars, where ATN was only able to do that to 14. So that's a big feat at hand. And, you know, despite the fact that Tomp and I came in with a 12-star wars, both of those matches was 12 to 13 and then 12 to 11. So that is huge. And today they've been able to hold ATN back as well to 13 stars in both of those matches. So, you know, it's a lot to say about those defenses that they have been just packing into the entire ESL Mobile Open so far.
Yeah, and if only they could capitalize on that just a little bit more. Obviously, Alternate getting 14-star wars again and again, but Tomp and I, like we said, only getting as high as 13 so far. So it is a little bit unfortunate that we haven't seen them capitalize on that advantage, but still plenty of time to do that as we have the rest of this matchup and potentially the grand final for them as well. Look at that lightning damage from Vale yet again. He always is able to just rotate the lightning spells so smoothly around the core defense, in this case being the Eagle, to get that added value and help to create pathing for his heroes. He's easily diving into this top area with the Ice Golem to support.
It's amazing to see how quickly the pathing shapes up with those lightning spells. You know, you can just really start navigating where you're going to see the direction of everything moving along. And look at this Royal Champ coming in. We're clearing out the path, lining up towards a town hall so that Blimp has a much safer approach to help pick it off. Though this Royal Champ's doing some phenomenal work here. Unfortunately, gets sucked up by the tornado trap, and it's preventing her from finishing clearing out the compartment. But the ability being held off is going to be just enough to do this. I'd love to see that multi get taken down, but it's not going to be quite enough on that end. Nice hog, actually, though, to take on that outlying air defense, trying to limit the risk. And it will actually get it down. This Blimp has easy passage coming through, and we can see it's just like a corner pocket for these drag riders to actually have to take down.
Very, very nice in order to identify that, because what it meant was the Dragon Rider in itself could have taken down that Town Hall. I mean, I don't think the balloons got much damage, but a single Dragon Rider, if you get it directly to the Town Hall, is able to take it down as long as it's right on top of the Town Hall in terms of that Battle Blimp, which as it was there. So beautiful identification from Vale. And look at those back-end rocket loons as well to just pick off the Archer Towers, meaning the Dragon Riders really don't have to go as far. But more importantly, he's able to start with his cleanup minions over in that area. Beautiful job by Vale.
Very smart thinking, knowing that time is a factor he has to be concerned with, even holding on to 2 rocket loons in his back pocket here. He knows the Dragon Riders have enough power to get through, so he wants to hold until the defenses are down so he can sneak them in to help with all of the storages. Plus, look at this, sneaking in before the clan castle troop sends one first to pick up that trap. Absolutely OP move to ensure the CC goes down and he does not run that risk of a time fail. And it's very important because there's 16 seconds left to go. These troops would have to backtrack into the center, and he knows with traps, he could wind up with a miss, but didn't want to risk it and picks up that 3-star.
That one top level play of delaying the second rocket loon did get him the 3-star. There was 2 seeking air mines. If he just sent them both in, a little bit careless towards the end, that would have been the end of the attack and the 99%. So that really does just show, never underestimate, never try and swag and get clever towards the end of your attacks. Always play it safe and go as planned until you've deployed everything and you can't do anything else. Really, really good job by Vale there, making sure they are still in the lead.
Yeah, they're definitely staying on their toes. And in a match like this, it's very important not to just really play any risky moves, but as you mentioned, not waste anything. You have to think about what spells you have left over. Don't risk swagging, and definitely don't risk just running in too quickly on using your last deployment of troops. But you know, they've got spotters here, and I think that helps out quite a bit, is having your team help back you up with any of these things that they wind up do spotting. Now Al Muallim coming in again with more drag rider action here. With a queen charge approach, and we've got the opening for the king to work into the eagle compartment. This is all to line up the queen, pathing and push. But I'm curious how he's going to navigate his queen. We've got the voided out wall, that dead zone there on the outskirts, where he can actually force the queen along into the multi and force that royal champion through if he wanted into the scattershot compartment.
Yeah, Al Muallim getting the 3 stars in the opening round, but then falling short in the last matchup. Now he really needs this, because it would mean past the halfway point, Tomp and I would be behind again. I have to say, though, I love the use of that battle blimp just to sneak into the scatter shot, snipe that off with the Yetis, lure the clan castle troop. Really smart play there in order to be able to do that. And he's doing pretty good in terms of his hero dive, now sending in the wall breakers to help his queen charge down the bottom. And with that scattershot compartment down, it means the queen can just focus her fire straight through. Do you think he's aiming towards the town hall here? He still has another wall break.
He does have another wall break, and he got rid of his blimp, so he's going to have to, because he used the Yeti blimp. He's got easy access using the Yeti to actually shape up the funnel for the queen, so he can drop an outlying wall break to send along, get the queen to weave back inside the town hall compartment. I mean, this is perfectly planned out and calculated, and a beautiful path for the queen to take. That royal champion too, I don't know if you noticed, but she nearly took down that scatter shot in the center of the base, which would have been huge. But the queen is offering exactly the value that this needs. Again, we get to see these drag riders with very limited defenses that they actually have to take down.
I was going to say a very smart move, but had already set up the funnel across that side. Knew that the super wall break could get the splash damage onto multiple walls and open up that compartment by the town hall using the safe deployment on the outside, not trying to risk going all of the way through the base. So a really good job. The queen gets the single as well before pressing the ability. That is huge in terms of the Dragon Riders moving through, because as you can see, there's really not that many defenses left. Using the invincibility spell for the balloons on that side in order to make sure he's not swagging that, but time is the factor here. Storage is in the center. Headhunter's trying to help out, but I really am not sure he's got enough for this right-hand side.
Oh, 14 seconds left. The Loons actually make a nice split over to the storage as one of the highest hit point structures remaining on the board. But even with that split, as you mentioned, there's a lot left over here. 2 seconds left is not going to be enough to secure it. And they are left with a 98% 2-star. Oh, this is again handing over a huge advantage to ATN.
Oh, that is devastating because that base was crushed. That's the risk with a lengthy queen charge. We did just mention learning the queen charge. That is one thing you have to be careful of, is time. And he did start the Dragon Riders down to the bottom relatively early in the sense that the Town Hall wasn't secure, so he didn't really have that much of a backup plan for it. But he had to get it started because ultimately he knew he was running the risk of that. And unfortunately, it was the defining factor. And Alternate Attacks now in a commanding position to push on through to the grand final.
Yeah, one of the things I want to highlight about that is you had mentioned that superb Yeti blimp that he had coming in. That was a great cut across because we had talked about that voided out section, and that really led to needing to help the pathing of the Queen coming in. So these guys are really analyzing the bases through and through for these charges. Now we do have Linnaeus coming in also with another charge, and he is known for his charges, whether it be with these Queen Charge Drag Riders or formerly the Queen Charge Hybrid and Hogs that he has always excelled at. So we want to see big focus coming in on the Queen, but we still have this moated section, so we're going to need a jump to carry the Queen across into the Town Hall compartment, but the King also helps ensure the pathing moving along into that direction.
Yeah, very nice job using the King. I love seeing this in the current meta where we often have the King diving into one compartment and not only taking out the defenses there, but also just setting up the pathing for the Queen to get over into multiple compartments. Like you said, still has that jump spell, just being patient on that one. Might as well wait until the Queen takes down this Lava Hound free from the defenses. Does have that one expo that the King didn't manage to get, but he's able to get through this relatively okay and can save the jump until he's just a little bit closer towards the Town Hall.
So the Queen still hanging on to this ability, drops that rage and gets a loons in it to try and force them through. They're going to help with some of the defenses and picking up some traps, exactly what you want to see out of this. But those healers taking some shots, but he keeps the Queen alive, drops that invisibility spell, tries to keep the heat off of her to get as much out of this as possible. And we've got the Royal Champion to try and finish the connection. Now, if this Queen can beat through the wall because she's held onto the ability, taking down the multi is huge and definitely needed to keep the drag riders out of the center of the base, and she does just that.
Yeah, being able to connect into that jump, and surprising to see the multi reachable from that bottom compartment. Thought it might have been just a tile up over, but I guess he's stuck in where he deploys it, maybe not thinking that somebody's jumping into the Town Hall. Linnaeus taking advantage of that, and with the core multi down, he can now just push everything towards the right-hand side of the base. Nothing going to stop him now. 50 seconds left over, and despite a bit of a shaky attack in the last war, he has certainly made up for that, using the rage to push the Royal Champion through. Still has the freeze left over, and Alternate Attacks will find themselves multiple stars in the lead. With only one attack of theirs remaining, they have all but guaranteed themselves a spot in the grand final with that beautiful 3-star by Linnaeus.
And that definitely is some big assurance for them. But we still have to hope nothing disastrous happens. I mean, from time to time, things can happen. And that's the big worry. You know, my jinxing abilities, I try to be very careful of what I say, or congratulating too early and too soon. But either way, ATN is making a very clean-cut paths for themselves in this final matchup.
Yeah, I didn't want to say too much there when you said that. You know, your jinxing skills have certainly came through, but mine have as well. I've certainly jinxed multiple teams throughout this challenge, but at this stage, Alternate Attacks have put up 14-star after 14-star. Obviously, only the 13 against Tomp and I, like you said, holding the attacks of Alternate back, but at this stage, I really can't see them slipping up here. I mean, Tomp and I would need multiple 3-stars and a huge slip up from Alternate Attacks, and well, they just need to hold it together and hope that they can move into the grand final being a little bit, well, ready. Like I was saying, they've already had 3 matches. Whilst that allows them to warm up, you've got to think that if the grand final were to go to 3 rounds, that's a lot more fatigue on the teams rather than MCES, who are just moving into this fresh.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. You're talking about 3 rounds of attacks are ready to go, and MCES, who's just been watching this entire time. And, you know, that's a lot of gameplay time. They would have hoped to have gotten it down in 2 matches, but ATN obviously trying to get this one back in and recovered for the win, but Michael looking to see if he can trip them up just a little bit here, but it would also rely on a defense as well. Now the Queen bypassing the Town Hall here is very typical because we see her clearing out the path, ideally for the blimp to sail along and help pick up this Town Hall. But we've even seen the King able to come in. We've gotten a lot of value out of the King for the Town Hall takedowns, but in this case, we want to force the Queen into the center of the base. So we work him along the outlying compartments to take out those defenses, take out those structures, and continue forcing the Queen along right there into the core. Now, no jumps, no wall breaks, but the Queen, because she still has her ability, could potentially beat through the walls and pick up into the multi-compartment.
Yeah, and I think as long as he gets everything else in time here, it certainly would force the Queen. But look at the damage from the super minions in combination with the Expo. The ability will go off. She's managed to take out all of the Expos in that compartment now. But with the Town Hall about to fall, he can start the Lalo from the right-hand side, hoping to just keep away from that multi-compartment. Queen stuck on some air skellies, and how long will it take her to get through to that compartment as the single even locks on here? Michael has a decision. Does he save the Queen? He does not. But already, red air bombs getting triggered from the healers. That is huge if he can direct the balloons into the center.
And these loons starting to lose some steam and some
freezing?
traps. He does freeze it. And this will give him exactly what he needs to get that taken down. Huge pack of loots coming through into that rage. This helps out quite a bit, and despite the tornado trap here on the back end, he's got so much to get into that wizard tower and the rest of the defenses. He has 30 seconds left to finish the job, uses that invisibility spell. Judo, you've said it time and time again. Don't risk it, don't swag it. And Michael making that right call, not leaving anything to chance, and giving Tompanai yet another 3-star on the board. Is it going to be enough, though, to try and take down ATN? It's going to be a tough road because we know ATN have this huge advantage now.
They certainly do, and we can set the scene for you here. Alternate attacks, 1 star in the lead, and also a big percentage advantage. So in order for Tompanai to win, they need to hold alternate attacks to a 2-star as a minimum, and it needs to be a lower percentage 2-star as well. I'd have to do the maths, but I'd assume right down 80, if not lower than that, based on the percentage that Tompanai have had, and then Tompanai need the 3-star. So it is a big ask, but they've kept themselves in it, and that was a phenomenal attack. You have to say, I don't think I've seen healers quite like it. True MVP of that attack.
Definitely keeping that Queen going strong, but also the superb Lalo skills, which we're getting to see from both sides today, which I think is exceptional. So I think there's always been that talk about wanting to see more Lalo in the game, and we're actually getting to see that today, despite the power of the drag riders and even the dragons. We are getting to see some superb Lalo skills from these teams, and with MCS still up to play later in this matchup with one of these two teams, we're going to see even more great Lalo action.
We certainly are. We know how good they are. And we have asked who, I mean, I said this yesterday, but it seems like whoever goes up for alternate attacks, you're like, okay, it's asked. I mean, that's how good he is. Oh, he's very good at Lava Loon. Tompanai need a big defense, and he's using these super wizards by the Town Hall. He's popped the blimp perfectly to keep them out of the Gigabomb, and even though the tornado trap pops, the super wizards are not inside that radius, so they keep out of the way. They can take down the Town Hall. He's already got his value now. That's the 1-star secured, and he's just aiming to get that. Well, he's aiming to get the 3 stars, but even if he got the high percentage too, he would still get this.
Yeah, definitely going for, I don't always like to say the Blizzard is a safe approach, but goes for the safe approach of picking off the Town Hall first. It also gives you fail-safe to try and adjust with your heroes should you not get that if it was baited and you weren't able to recover. But the heroes able to pick up off this connection, work their way in, the King doing the tanking for the Queen, and the Royal Champ cutting across, just to break that gap, bring it in together, and pick off the eagle. This is all going to bring this beautiful connection in and shape up for an easier path for this Lalo. Queen just needs to force that ability to get the scatter shot down. We want the multi going down as well. And this is a fairly easy push for the Lalo, knowing that they just need to hit around the 80% mark to get the win today. This makes it an easy push for Ast.
Oh, he turned the queen invisible. I think he wanted the builder hut there as well, but either way, it's not really going to... Oh, no! What's happening with the haste spells?
Ooh.
He meant to put the minions down, and he's used all of his haste spells. That is huge for this attack. Can he still get it? Despite that, he's got a lot of balloons, but I am worried about that multi-target in the center now. Oh, no!
I feel like I might have just jinxed this by saying it was an easy push. 73% here. This is going to be a close one. Oh, those hastes would have helped out quite a bit. Unfortunately, no matter what happens, you can always accidentally, we call it fat finger, your spells, and make that misclick, which can deal a nasty blow in what you have remaining. Those loons not able to forge their way across, get that pathing sweeping in quicker. So unfortunately, they suffer the damage of those nasty defenses in the core. Minions trying to take care of the cleanup. We're at that 77% mark, 78 here, and Archer going to bring it to 79. But is that all she wrote? And is that going to be a difference maker here, Judo?
Oh, I think it's going to be enough, because when you look at the percentage, it is 3.3%. That's only after 4 attacks. So when we multiply that, there's enough. They would have had to get an 88% 2-star-ish in order to have secured that. I can't even think straight. I don't know what Ast must be thinking right now. That was disastrous, but what it means for this situation is if Tompanai 3-star, they progress to the grand finals to face MCES. If they do not, alternate attacks are let off and they move to the grand finals themselves.
Yeah, this is a bit of a pickle for ATN. Not much they can do now at this point. Just an unfortunate misclick of spells when trying to switch over to the minions, like you said, for the cleanup here, which could really cost them if we see this 3-star coming in for Tompanai. I bet they're taking a nice deep breath right now, making sure that they cross every T and dot every I on the plan that they have coming in right now, because it is for that grand final matchup against MCES.
Well, it's Croissant. He got the 3 stars in the first one, but like we said, Tompanai only got 11 stars last war, so he was one of those players that slipped up. But we know how good he is. 3-star and they progress. This is so huge. Already using his lightning spells, and he's making a push towards that town hall, which will help to set up the pathing for his Hydra. And notice he will still have the battle blimp as well. Maybe he's planning to send that to a separate area in order to help with pathing for the Hydra.
Definitely could. We've got a lot of that open area. And I kind of expect that that king is going to have a nice kind of like chunky path coming in, because it has that little meat left over there. But this is beautiful for the queen, because we see her taking on the town hall, very limited damage, knowing that the unicorn can heal her up long enough. But is it enough?
Oh, he gets
it is. Wow, just on the line there, and even able to take out a couple of the CC troops.
That was huge if he missed that town hall. That's why he had the blimp selected as a backup plan to send it in. But now he has the stone slammer, which not only helps the pathing of the dragons and the dragon riders, but it's also tanking that scatter shot. He's pulled the hound down to the bottom, but now with the barbarian king, obviously it's going to be under fire. But as the dragons move through, they are behind the sweeper. Time is looking good. The Tesla farm on the back end of the base does look dangerous, but look at the royal champion moving in here as well, Lady B. I would say this looks pretty good for Croissant and not good for alternate attacks as the dragons get to the eagle. He freezes it and the royal champion still has the ability.
Definitely not looking good for ATN on this one, as Croissant just absolutely capitalizes off of that big opening that ATN left for them, picking up the 3-star that was needed to move forward into the grand finals today. We've got Tompanai, who will now have the opportunity to face off against MCES. Tompanai finally claiming their revenge against ATN, who stole that #1 top spot going into this. And seems they're getting the last laugh today.
Wow, what a finish! We certainly said we wanted to see go to round 3. It went there right down to the last attack. Credit to Croissant. He held his nerve, made sure to get the job done. And what an exciting finish. I am pumped and ready for the next matchup. Tompanai and MCES. Too difficult to call. If you want to sign up for the next season, remember it is live. ! Sign up in the chat. You will get all of the information that you need. And we are preparing, Lady B. Tompanai versus MCES. We know the final 2. It is coming up right after this break.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Challenge finals. And speaking of finals, we're here in the grand finals between MCES and, believe it or not, Tompanai. Lady B is with me once more, and I know you're just trying to recover from what occurred. Let's be real, it's happened to one of us in our lifetime at some point in the Clash of Clans scene. And yet, sadly, it had to happen to Ast, and it was just a real shame. I am not going to lie to you, I feel really sorry for him. I feel really bad for them because it was pretty much a guaranteed victory, considering those haste spells would have definitely got him at least a high 2-star or 3-star nonetheless. But, you know, that's all in the past now, as we have to try and recuperate, we could say, from the cardiac arrest we witnessed during that one moment. And now Tompanai versus MCES, an unlikely matchup in this grand final, and we're going to witness them both go absolutely at each other's throats in this best of 3, and I'm sure it's going to be nothing short of spectacular.
Yeah, definitely not short of spectacular, because we're talking about Tompanai, who during the play days that we had really was holding the ranks for quite some time in the #1 spot. They were proving themselves, and even today and yesterday, they proved themselves with these defenses coming in. Of course, this last matchup, like you said, unfortunate. It's happened to the best of us. You hope it doesn't happen during a big tournament with so much money on the line. But, you know, them's is the breaks, unfortunately. And after a lot of gameplay, they're likely a bit tired and slipping up. But either way, we've got Tompanai in here who's really secured their spot. And again, they've been doing exceptional work bringing the defenses, which I think has been very impressive from them through this season to keep them where they are. And we can even see them, look at them, they're like zoned. You see that they are ready to go, completely zoned, and just overviewing MCS's bases right now, trying to figure out how they're going to prepare against this team that has had all this opportunity to sit back, relax, and come in fresh.
Let's not lie to ourselves here, B. They've been given a lifeline. Literally, if there was any chance of a miracle, they got it and they're here in the grand finals. But it doesn't change the fact that they performed extremely well on top of that. And we're going to look at MCES, and I must say, all of them are also very fixated. They're, you know, very focused. But look at it. Do you know what? That's literally one of the best positions ever. Yeah, he's quite chilled. It's like, you know, I'm in the grand final, but it's fine. You know, as long as I do what I normally do. Sometimes it's all about your seating position. Like, I'm sure everyone's got their own unique-esque way of playing, and that's his anyway, nonetheless. But I think when I did speak to them a couple of weeks ago, I do believe they were boot camping for a bit. I'm not too sure if it was all of them or just a handful of them. I'm not too sure. But they have come into this tournament extremely prepared, getting ready for this final. I'm not too sure because of the delay of the final, they've had to, you know, play again from home. And I'm not too sure if they were actually planning to stay there leading up to the final on the previous date. But it seems like though they seem to be okay. I think there's going to be a lot of preparation which they went through, and I'm sure they're, you know, not going to make too many changes nonetheless. So very excited to see what MCES can do. We've only seen them twice here, B. Only twice. And we've seen a huge amount of Tompanai, and now we're going to see a lot more of them going into this grand final. So if you're just joining us, it is the grand final of the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. This is the grand final. It will be a best of 3, and we are going into our first game, as we're going to start with Mechu from Tompanai with their first attack.
Yeah, so we've got the Zapquake Hydra coming in, and Zapquake already sectioning off. You can see this clearly defining the path for the Queen moving through. But we've got this Golem to the side skirts doing some tanking, and this is going to have to be for the Royal Champion. We've got to get something coming in, because otherwise it seems somewhat wasteful that it didn't help with the King or Queen. It seems like it's going to be on its lonesome there. So King and Queen going to have to work together and do some more, just pick up value. We want to take that Eagle down. That's a huge factor. You can leave it to the back end, but when you can get an easy early cleanup, it's great because it limits the damage coming in. I also want to point out the fact for the Hydra, we have 8 dragons here and only 2 drag riders. When you can get a really narrowed out, clear defined path where there's limited spread of the defenses, you can use this limited drag rider structure within this and get even more power out of your dragons that will help with the clear up along the way that also tank for those defenses.
We can see this continue on, just focusing on that northern compartment, but the drags will be coming out on the southern side just to make sure to take up that AD. I love how they're going to use that rocket loon to try and do as much damage to the AD as possible, as well as tanking some of that damage for these drags with the Warden as well. You can see like 1 or 2 drag riders in the mix as well, and we know how good they've been used to the best of their ability, getting a lot of value out of them. And in terms of spell usage, they've still got a rage spell in the back pocket, but needs to use it just to give these drags a bit of a kick in the backside. But the Blimp Nose heading towards that Town Hall, just taking a fair amount of damage here, but will be able to make it into that compartment. It's just a matter of actually being able to take down that Town Hall. So we'll find a few loons, we'll find that Dragon Rider as well, but this is looking extremely good for Mechu here. Don't get me wrong, there's still a fair amount to do on the northern side, but let's be real here. The RC is going to clean that up beautifully, going towards the southern side as well, just making sure these drags don't really take too much DPS from MCES, and it's looking very strong so far. 45 seconds left, still got to do a little bit more into the center as well.
I mean, those ground bows latched onto her isn't ideal, but she's cleared out a huge compartment here, and he's got so much power left over between the dragons and the drag riders because they were able to bypass the Town Hall poison bomb with the use of the blimp, cutting back in, getting towards the center of the base. We might see some traps coming through. Biggest factor is the time issue here. 26 seconds left to go. We've got the storages to worry about, but with them converging together, if they're using their force, their fire together, it will get the job done, maybe just in time. This Electro Owl also helping to secure, unfortunately, no chains on it at this point. It's going to be close, Lethal. That storage is going to hold things up. Is it going to be enough time with 3 seconds left? Oh, and we've got the builder hut that they did not get to. Oh, and it's a 99% for Tompanite to start off with. I did not even see that builder hut there completely blending in. Oh, it's a good way to start. 99%, don't get me wrong. But he really wanted to see the 3-star against MCES.
Yeah, it doesn't change the fact, though, that they still need to triple here on out, no matter what the circumstances are, because 99%, it's rare to get on some occasions, but, it doesn't change the fact that they need to get a perfect ward in order to, not go to that time fail this time round, but also won't go to time at the end because they now can't get a perfect ward either. And I know some of you in chat were asking about, what's the prize pool? Like who wins what here? Well, first place, they will get $18,000 and second place will bag $9,000. So there is a $9,000 difference. This one series will cost that $9,000. And you can see Tribe Gaming did place fourth with $5,000. And Alternate Attacks also get $5,000 for third. So still a nice chunk of change here coming into this, and it's going to be even nicer or sweeter, you could say, if they manage to win this. But it's all about pride as well. More about pride more than anything, not just prize money here, as already starting with the Queen on that northern side, having to deal with that Lava Hound as well, just to delay things a little bit before she moves into the compartment.
Yeah, so we use the Yeti Blimp with the Rage combination because of the proximity of the heroes, and he's able to not only nab the Inferno, but also take down the defending RC here as well. And I'm looking to see where the extra scatter shot is. I see it down at the bottom, so both scatter shots still up on the board. But the Queen has easy path moving through, and he's lined this up. You can see the opening in that corner compartment for the Town Hall. Just needs to make sure that the Queen has access. But does this mean we're going to see the King coming in for the Eagle? Because he's got big openings in there as well. Just needs his Queen to step up to the late end. She's not going for the Town Hall, so gets another additional wall break coming in. I gotta say, there's a lot of wall breaks being thrown down, and we're not seeing enough coming in, but I think he wants to secure that Queen is on the right direction before making any additional judgment calls. But with the openings, we've got the hybrid started off and ready to go. And we can use the King to help corral this back in place. Slightly delayed, we see the position down at the 4 o'clock side. That's going to just try and push him a little bit deeper down towards a cannon.
Yeah, it makes sense what you said about the Queen earlier. I think it's just for extra insurance, wasn't it? So she can funnel on through and actually avoids the poison from that Town Hall, which is going to do wonders just due to the fact that the healer's having to deal with that sweeper. But we'll see how much longer the Queen can survive as the ability will be popped. And that final moment has to deal with Inferno Tower as well, but not really in range. He's got to break through that wall, but there's another multi-Inferno you can see there from the southern side doing a fair amount of damage. But 50 seconds left, still got a chunk of the base to go through on the western side as well. On top of things, I think got one spell left. The King is still alive, but still not really got much HP to work with, but can still continue to help avoid that time fail if it does come to it. But the Queen, again, having to break through another structure, dropping that final spell just to keep that Queen alive, which is perfectly understandable. The scatter shot should get cleaned up now. The RC coming in the nick of time. It looks like this will be a triple for MCES, and it could be a sign of things to come here in this first game.
Yeah, this was an easy move from Kingsman coming through with that Royal Champion and her ability in his back pocket. I had my eyes on that Queen and the healers because the healers, unfortunately, were suffering some nasty damage being dealt by that scatter shot. Nearly got wiped out. It's redirected its focus, and the Queen was actually able to break through the wall, get that multi down, which really helped the pathing. But all in all, he had so much power within that raid, and a lot of that is the way he positioned his King to help keep the force and movement just cutting through inside the base, keeping those miners trained inside. You have to worry when you use those miners because they don't directly target defenses like Hogs do. They'll split out, spread out, and you can lose the main push. You need that extra front line power from them to keep the Hogs also at bay. Now React coming in with the Queen Charge Drag Rider, again, one of the most popular strategies that we're getting to see. And we get to see it quite a bit from Tompanite here, a strategy that they're really excelling at. But it makes sense because we're talking about some of the best Queen Chargers around within this team. So it was a nice navigation through for them in this new updated meta.
You're right, though. It's easily the most popular composition. It literally doubled the attack amount in terms of everything else combined. It was mad how much it was used. And even from the get-go as well, nice to see good use of these Dragon Riders. The Rage Spell comes down onto the Queen to keep her alive to go into the Scanner Shot compartment. And the Scanner Shot does get one more attack off, but it's just too late. There's too much healing power for that Queen in order to then execute into that compartment again, taking out the Expo and the Cannon. And then it's got free roam to do what she wishes here. And you've got the King as well as the RC coming in from the south side, going straight into that Inferno Tower, straight away to take down that compartment. And like you said before, we've got 5 Dragon Riders coming out here for React. And we can see what he can do. But already into a fantastic start, but has to drop the invisibility spell and the rage spell again on the Queen, just to make sure to keep her alive for extra insurance.
Yeah, he does have the blimp for the Town Hall here. And what I'm curious to see is because this Eagle has not gone down, I was assuming ideally he wants his pathing to force the Queen along into the multi-compartment. So he switches up, actually. He's going to allow the Queen to be through, take on the Town Hall. I'm curious to see what he's got in the CC. I'm assuming no goblins, likely bringing in those extra drag riders and loons for it that would have taken on the Town Hall. But a nice adjustment here coming in, and that takes down the Eagle quickly, giving even more just reprieve for these drag riders to come in. The Queen's done exceptional work as well, and being able to hold on to the ability is huge as she works her way through to the back end of the base, because we've got the air defense that she's going to pick off, and just the pathing that this navigates for the drag riders is absolutely superb. Just simple, clean cut coming in towards that scatter shot there as they knock it down.
Great use of that Stone Slammer earlier on. Great positioning as well to tank a lot of that damage from the rest of the composition. Still 40 seconds left, though. The Dragon Riders are thinning out, and it looks like they haven't really got much HP either, as well as that Warden. But seems to be okay. I'm just checking around in terms of defensive. The Archer Tower's down. I think there's no more defenses left, which means there's all going to be about that timing. He's got a huge amount of minions on that back line as well. There's still the Dragon Rider there, and then so there's the Owl and a few minions just catching up here. Looks like it's going to be perfectly fine. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is that storage, but it's on half health. So long as it get rid of a couple of these mines and that storage, it should be perfectly fine. We'll be kind of close, but React will get that triple, which Tom and I desperately required in order to keep this as competitive as possible against MCES. And there we have it. React gets Tom and I's first triple in this war.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about this beautiful triple that comes in, which is followed up a 99% 2-star. And these 99s, they're a tricky one because they could do some great work and they can also be your demise. You think back to this last ATN match where we had the 99, you know, these 99% just, you know, they can swing a war, that 1% difference, but it can also be a big determining factor, 4% overall. Now, Remio coming in. He is one of the most amazing Lalo attackers that we get to see. He comes up with a lot of creative strategies when he does this, but going a little bit more straightforward, we have the Zap Wall Wrecker Lalo. Now, he's cleared out the path leading to the Town Hall. He's going for the safer approach on this one. Why risk it for bringing in that blimp, risking any possible traps along the way? But there's a lot of Teslas that are trying to hold up this Wall Wrecker, but because it's still just an easy, fairly narrow push coming in, he's able to make his passage straight through to the Town Hall unscathed and get that taken down.
Great start here from Remio. Now, what's going to be next for him? He has a huge amount of balloons coming out soon. The Ice Golem will come out. So will the Warden, the Queen, and the RC actually comes out on that 9 o'clock side to focus on the defense in that west compartment, taking out the AD and the Inferno Tower next straight after. But the King will come out straight away towards that Scanner Shot. And this is perfect synchronization here from Remio, because continuing to do damage. He wants this next triple in order to keep that 1-star lead. But Invisibility Spell comes out for the RC just to keep it alive and just trying to save its ability as well whilst it's pushing on forward. But again, as we can see from that the 8 o'clock side, the Queen is just continuing to push on the center, but the King's already dived straight in, does get taken down earlier on. The RC is still alive, but it does get cleaned up earlier on as well on that 10 o'clock compartment. So it doesn't take down the Eagle, but the Queen might be able to. The Queen, of course, is going to be focused down straight after. Pops the ability a little bit earlier than required just to make sure it does get cleaned up, which it does, and we're going to see how much more value that Queen gets later on. But the bulk of the attack now be coming up from that free side.
That King in Yak Valley was huge, also giving the Queen the opportunity to pick off that Eagle, exactly what he wanted to see out of it. And despite this being what I said was kind of more of a traditional safe approach, Remio showing the power of his hero dives and how he clearly calculates every bit of percent he wants to pick up. We've got beautiful value coming out of that Ice Hound, absolutely freezing over the back end, giving these loons the opportunity and the Ice Pups to pick off that AD. But he's got every single loon pretty much that he started with coming through, parading along to take down the remaining structures with more than enough time on the clock as he has beautifully spread out those minions for the cleanup, being very mindful of each and every section here of this base. Remio truly showing his nature, and this is why I often call him Remy OP. MCS keeping the 3 stars rolling strong for their team, now 2 for 2.
It's sickening, isn't it? It makes it look so damn easy, and it's such a pain because everyone else tried to execute it, they would have some trouble, but he's just like, I'm right, you know, it's pretty much smooth sailing. But you're right though, what you were talking about the Queen and the King earlier on, they did get a huge amount of value. Even though the RC couldn't get to take down Bad Eagle, the Queen had a clear path towards it anyway. Yeah, sure, she had a probability a little bit earlier, but again, it's that insurance, making sure it's guaranteed, because but Eagle, I tell you, was still there. We wouldn't have seen that triple. It would have been much, much tougher, and it would have been way too much DPS for Remio to even handle. So, at least he took them down earlier, then the bulk of the attack came on the 3 o'clock side, and it was basically clean sailing from there, like I already mentioned. So, Remio continued to do great stuff, and already back-to-back triples, looking for that third later on in the third attack. But first, though, we're going to see Amu Alien from Tompanai and see what he can do to keep Tompanai in this match.
Yeah, so we've got Amu Allen coming in. With the Queen charge Lalo, and I'm noticing the blimp here, waiting to see how he decides to use it, if he wants to bring it in for this Town Hall compartment, since the Queen is on the opposite side of the base. But we are starting to see the meta shift a little bit too, where we're seeing blimps help to section out the core of the base as well, where we have the damage zone. This is kind of kicking it old school again, where we used to see this, you know, this pathing for the blimps to sail in and take care of those cores. Now the Queen has a nice direction going in, but notice that he has to really navigate the pathing by dropping in that Yeti to force the Queen along into the scattershot compartment with no wall breakers left over, no jump. My guess would have been going towards the blimp core, the core of the base, but the King has not been able to take down that Town Hall, so he is going to need it here instead. But this Queen still has a lot of cleanup work to do, and the pathing, I would say, isn't looking necessarily ideal, considering we've got a scattershot redirected on the opposite side. So we drop in, we're splitting this up, bringing in the Stone Slammer, and he's going to make some big adjustments now for this.
Oh, since the Queen's ability was popped the Eagle, I tell you, we focused on the healers, but the Queen pretty much done the damage anyway, going straight into that scatter shot with the RC, the Stone Slammer, like you rightly mentioned, coming in as well, just Sweeper trying to push it back as much as possible to delay this push as much as possible. But Eagle Artillery again focusing now on the RC, but the Stone Slammer has definitely outstayed his welcome, stayed alive a lot longer than we anticipated. Luckily, the RC was actually not just tanking the damage, was actually having the damage prioritized onto him. But the Loons will be coming out from the north side with the Warden now going towards that Town Hall, and the Lava Hound just tanking the damage from the AD. He's got to be very careful here how he's going to approach this. The Eagle Artillery is down south, will be up for a little bit longer, has frozen everything around him, and the Town Hall is still up, and there's only a couple of Loons there using the Rage Spell to try and take it down. And look at this here, B. You can see that he has to bring out a couple more Loons just in case of safety reasons, in case that Town Hall doesn't get taken down. It has to waste another haste spell just to guarantee it.
Yeah, and it's exactly what he needed to do. Oh, this is every bit of recovery that Almual needs to do to get in this, but knowing that MCES already has the star advantage just puts them a mighty bit a ways. But I gotta say, great recovery coming in, and we clearly know that that blimp was meant to come in for the core of the base because we saw the Yetis coming out of that. That was meant to take down the multi, so this plan did not go the way he expected it to. That King ideally would have helped to take on that Town Hall. And even if he hadn't, he would have liked to have sectioned off more of the base, having to start off with the Stone Slammer and the Royal Champion just to take out that 3 o'clock side. Really hurt this one as well. But a 77% considering all went wrong on that, and he had to do some huge adjustments, is a great way to keep the momentum going for them. But MCES can really capitalize off of it now.
Another advantage for MCES. MCES just not giving anything away or just really not letting anything go. Very, very little room for any errors. And Tompan are starting to feel it now. And with that percentile as well, I can't see them coming back in this. I know it's quite early, but then again, look at how MCS have been playing. If they get another triple hit, it could be curtains for them already in this first game, but we'll wait and see. Your jinxing skills have been very good so far today, actually, B. So I'm not a superstitious person, but for anyone who is, then don't get me wrong, as MCES are probably keeping an eye on you now to make sure you don't say anything to ruin their chances. But Tom and I have always been a team where they are very good at making these comebacks anyway. Even though that last series against alternate attacks was more, they were just very lucky, we have to say, in terms of making that one fatal mistake. But yeah, we'll have to see if they can be able to create any more chances to bring themselves back in this matchup. Fate is not in their hands once again because of those two-star attacks out of the 3 they've had. I'm just having a look so far on what we're going to see. 40 Hog Riders, that's a fair amount, B.
Oh, I'm so excited. Sinthe coming in with the Hogs. This is what you came for. This is exactly what you want to see when MCES is playing. And not only that, look at this insane Skelly Lalo drop. Beautiful spread across, taking out the core of the base. So what do we eliminate with that? We've got I'm looking to see if he got the Clan Castle troops and the scatter shots, but I think he got both scatter shots with that and the Clan Castle troops. My goodness, that was some insane value. That's just giving it away to a player like Sinthe. Oh my goodness, what a great way to start this raid. Now, with the heroes coming in to pick up the Town Hall compartment, we're seeing very limited defensive pathing for these Hogs right up along the 3 to 12 o'clock side of the base. The King's clearing out a beautiful path, but we're going to have to set the Hogs just a little bit earlier to the sides because we do have those wizards to worry about and the air defenses, but it'll easily navigate through right up towards that Eagle compartment.
I think it's the first time we've seen this type of layout of a base actually in the finals, just in general here. And look at the Hog Riders. You know, you were talking about before. I know you were getting very giddy and excited, but here they come to try and turn up the Eagle Artillery Challenge as much as it can to keep them at bay. It's not going to happen, though, as the amount of damage it did at the very beginning. We're not too sure if React will have enough defense, enough DPS here to keep these Hog Riders back. But a few spring traps here and there have kept them at bay just a little bit here so far. It's going towards those cannons and that wizard tower on that southern side. But then again, the RZ has popped out to say hello towards that 10 o'clock. Defense is pushing towards the archer tower, the 2 cannons as well. Still looking very, very solid here, but the only worry I have is those 2 inferno towers coming on in and if we'll have enough. But it still has a fair amount of Hog Riders now pushing in towards the center, going towards those builder huts and the inferno tower as well. But the RC has so much health and it's actually syncing perfectly with these Hog Riders. And you can see obviously a couple of wizards on the north side on cleanup duty, just getting all the dirty work done and does it. But Sinthe, though, looking to head towards a triple. There's no more defense in left B. It's looking so good. And it's nice to see a different variety of strategies coming in, especially this one, because we're not really seeing much of a base layout such as this either. And I must say, that was fantastic execution.
Oh, you know, I gotta say this, but you have to be very careful when you're going up against MCES, what kind of value you're giving them. Because of Sinthe, he is notorious with that Skelly Donut spell, looking to pick up scatter shots and Clan Castle troops, and he gave him all of it. He got 2 of those scatter shots and the CC just in one fell swoop. Great investment of the spells, and as we saw, we only had that one heal to come in protect that massive pack of Hogs that worked on the bottom side. It was a beautiful split because the Royal Champion came in from a side where there was limited damage. Let's be honest, we took on all that heavy damage early on with the Eagle Artillery, with the Hogs, and of course, the scatter shots coming in. But this is keeping MCES through 3-4-3. And you said, you know, you're talking about their boot camp. I'm wondering if they wound up going to like the Cobra Kai boot camp because there is no mercy today.
Do you know what? You just reminded me. I need to watch the last season of that. But yeah, just look at it so far. Like, it's a shame really because even that 2-star 99%, it's not a huge deal because at the end of the day, I feel like MCES will still have to get a perfect war. That doesn't change the fact. It just means it doesn't come to time. It just means it's a guaranteed victory if they do get it. But the 77% is definitely going to hinder them massively. And seeing the way MCES are playing so far, I didn't expect them to come out swinging as they have done, but they had some right belters of an attack here and there. In all 3 of the attacks, shall we say, in all of those triples. So it does mean that Tompano do need back-to-back triples to at least give them some kind of leeway in this matchup. If they don't know, it means that MCS will have a nice juicy start in the series with the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, so we've got the Zapquake down. This is not only connecting the path for the Queen, but you can already see it clearly defining what the Dragons are going to need to shape up their path. And I'm kind of looking at the space, seeing the 2 scatter shots here and thinking about great Warden value, especially because we've got the Queen right there along that outskirt edge. So you're going to pop that Warden ability early. I would say ideally with Headhunters, but we don't necessarily need them. But that Warden ability will get some great positioning out of it coming into that core where it's much, much needed. Now the Queen and King working simultaneously together to take that Town Hall down, but we also want to try and eliminate some of the CC troops. But if we don't, again, we're dealing with Dragons, so they can take that front line and quickly sweep across and knock them down. But this isn't just the Dragons. We've got some Drag Riders, but he is holding on to one of these, right? Finally getting it down and bringing it through. It's curious to see if he was going to use it a little bit further towards the back end of the base, but he does bring it in with an impact.
Down to Stone Slammer coming out from the 2 o'clock side. Still has a couple of Rocket Loons as well. I'm being curious to see what he prioritizes. Maybe an AD on the outside or maybe something else which he was looking to. And he still has 1 Rage spell left if he wants to speed this attack up. Has 90 seconds. It does drop it down, funny enough. The RC comes out from the south side as well to try and take out these defenses before it comes. And look at that. The Rocket Loons do come out, do take up the AD on that 3 o'clock position. Makes absolute perfect sense. Good use from that. Good amount of value, as well as the Dragon Rider, of course, helping to clean up the rest of the defenses in that 3 o'clock compartment. But the problem is, though, the RC is still alive, but we've only got many units left. Still have that Dragon Rider on the right-hand side. The Dragon with the RC is about to get taken down, and there's only a minute left remaining. The RC is going towards the scatter shot. It's all about that cleanup, all about that time potential fail, depending on the circumstances. There's still the defensive King that can cause a massive distraction. And it's going to be very tough. If the Dragon Rider was taking it down first, it could have been a different story, but it's not, as the King does take down the RC, which means a time fail is even more possible depending on how quickly he can clean up the rest of his structures.
Well, the thing is, these Drag Riders go first and foremost for the defenses. As long as there's defenses on the board, the Drag Riders are going to go for it. This King will trip up the Dragon and the minions coming in, and we've got a lot of storages to worry about. But if the King can keep the focus a little bit further down, the Drag Rider can work up to the storage. Maybe, just maybe, there could be enough time, but it is still running the risk of a potential 99%, and the Drag Rider goes down to the bottom structure. It goes for the King,
Oh, no.
and it will not make its way up to the storage, which means it is another 99% coming in for Tompanai in this first matchup of a best of 3.
I think it's curtains. I think we're going to have to be honest, it is curtains now in the first game. That was a real shame that King didn't have to do much, just sit there and just look pretty, really, so he can take that damage to stop the 100% occurring. But they needed that, let's be honest. You can't beat around the bush. You have to be brutally honest and say that, yeah, you know, the chance of MCS getting a 0 start in one of his next games is highly, highly unlikely. And Tom and I now just have to try and carry on through. But speaking of going on through, it looks like MCS will breeze through this game. And yeah, they're going to be extremely happy with the start they've had in this war, which also means they've de-rusted and warmed up going into the tournament setting, and they could become even better or even stronger, dare I say it, going into this second game, which Tom and I will definitely take into account. So we now see MCS are going to be making a start now. If they get this triple, it's pretty much a guarantee here, with the blimp dropping down there as well, with the invisibility and raid spells coming in.
Wow, that was a deep dive in, and look at that, right? The channel that he lands in, so he can pick up the scatter shot on just on that outside edge and also pick up some just insane value. This is beautiful, clearing out the core of the base, taking down the Inferno, taking down the scatter shot. Great value. I was holding my breath there as he made the push in, but gets it perfectly. I'm telling you, these Blizzards, they always I never trust them. Never.
I don't blame you. Don't blame you in the slightest. 2 minutes left. The Queen now making her approach towards that southern side from the north. Already done a fair amount. Just going to be delayed a little bit whilst the King makes its mark, going towards the south side again. Sorry, towards the west to take out a lot of his structures. But almost taken down the... I don't think he's popped his ability as of it. I think he might have already done so. I'm not really too sure. I know he hasn't. So he's going to go straight on in into the Town Hall. Great funneling there as well. The Queen will follow suit eventually. Will he be able to take down the Town Hall? Should be okay here. Just be able to stay alive. The Queen will come in just for extra insurance. Just back up here to take down that Town Hall. Has to pop her ability as well, just to guarantee it. But we'll be going straight into the poison note from the Town Hall. But actually has avoided it a little bit here, which means that she will be able to stay alive. And look at that B. The Queen literally borderline on the edge to get as much value as possible. The loons are coming in now from the south side and looking to create more havoc here using those haste spells.
Now, I'm a little bit worried about the multi on the back end. Obviously, it doesn't matter for MCS right now because they have solidified their position in this one with an amazing lead so far, going 3 for 3, looking to push it 4 for 4. But he's got a lot of loons left over, and he's holding on to the baby dragon and minion. These loons working in packs together can quickly work along some of the splash items, but we do have the wizard tower surrounding the baby drag coming in. He's going to help with the cleanup. I mean, let's be honest, he's got so many loons left over. It doesn't matter what this multi throws at. It doesn't matter that we had the wizard tower surrounding. He's got enough power left over, particularly with the warden, to try and help take this down. Now, I think the biggest problem you would consider would be time, because on the north side of the base, we still see that storage up. Minions are trying to work their way along, but they need to bypass that multi in order to get to it and have some steam to help finish the job here. And that's exactly what they do. The warden, the final power to take down that multi-targeting inferno as the loons thin out from the defenses. And with the minions powering along to the storage, this means we are going to see MCES going 4 for 4. They are aiming for this potential perfect war in this first matchup.
I don't think we've had any perfect wars in the finals. Normally it's more of a characteristic trait from alternate attacks. We don't see them anymore, sadly, but we didn't see any perfect wars from them. A lot of 14 stars though for a lot of their wars and a lot of their games in the past. But yeah, MCS could bring the first one to the table here, which is something we'd love to see. And Tom and I are going to be thinking to themselves going to the next game, you know, they basically perfected us almost, and depending on what the next attack's going to be for MCS, like, what more can we do here? And this is the great thing for MCS. They haven't revealed too many strategies or their base builds coming to this grand final. So Tom and I are actually coming into this matchup blind, whilst at the same time, Tom and I have revealed quite a lot from their last couple of matchup against alternate attacks and tribes. So, you know, it's very difficult for them. And this is already quite an aggressive attack from Kreesan, now coming with the Queen as well from that southern side, just trying to take out a few bits and pieces. And now looking to see what you can do to create this funnel. Just trying to take down this storage, but I'm sure you've seen it already here, B. Still got 4 Dragon Riders, still got 5 Loons as well, and quite a wide variety of spells here. So we're going to see how he's going to make this execution.
Yeah, so we already have the Queen veering her path right towards that multi-targeting Inferno with the 2 super wall breakers. You know, this is what I wanted. Well, we have the jump. Let's be honest. We have the jump to lead the way towards this town hall here. But we've got to make sure that the Queen doesn't wind up in that multi-compartment getting hung up in there and just veering her direction. So we've got to wait and see how he actually positions this jump, if he wants to try and avoid that multi-targeting Inferno, or if he trusts his Queen to do that and get the job done here. If we see it placed slightly along the outskirts, he is worried about a little bit of distraction. Otherwise, he knows he can rely on the Queen. But either way, we see the pathing narrowed out for these drag riders to potentially start from the 3 to 430 side of the base. I mean, we've got a perfect spread. We're talking about 4 lines of defenses for those 4 dragon riders to equally split up on.
They do indeed, as the Loons coming in hot into the center to try and down that Inferno Tower. But look at the amount of air traps there. There was a huge amount, which means that multi-Inferno is going to get even more value against the attacking portion of Kreesan. And you can see there's a bit of havoc being made on that 3 o'clock side. The Loons and the Dragon Riders have popped in to try and take in the Eagle Artillery. There's still a fair amount of defense left, and that multi-Inferno we were talking about earlier on, B, it's actually still doing a lot more work than which is actually additionally required. Did take out some of the troops on the left-hand side, but the RC is going to have to come in and change a different path to take down that Inferno Tower. Still, though, not looking too bad. The only problem is you've got that huge Tesla farm. We've got the scatter shot, as well as that AD in the Wizard Tower for that splash damage. So it's going to be very difficult to see what they can do. But the Dragon Riders haven't taken a huge amount of damage as of yet. As I said that, though, the scatter shot did get that last shot off beforehand. So even if you manage to clear up these defenses, thanks to the RC coming in from the southern side, it could be, depending on how time is going to work in their favor.
Yeah, this is a beautiful pathing for this. And you know, that queen did exactly what she needed to do. She got just enough value, nice, smart move, holding on to that royal champion. And I think there was a weight there because he knew that the queen was still in a position that she could almost potentially, she could have reached the multi-targeting Inferno, but just a little bit distracted once she got into the town hall. And that was a safe approach to ensure that she actually made her way through, got her objective, which gives Kreesan just to the second enough time to pick up that 3-star. But very important to have that royal champ cutting across, despite that ground bow still being up, had enough firepower in her to help out those drag riders. But that's all about the pathing because it was so narrowed out. You saw the 4 drag riders that he had were beautifully split up along those defenses, nice and compact, working through.
It really was. Even though Tompono are pretty much down and out at this point, at least MCES can now try and go for his perfect war just to add to their confidence and momentum going into the next one. Because we could be seeing a clean sweep here, but Tompono, you know, they tried to stop alternate attacks earlier on, which they did, but it means that they're going to have to try and get the reverse sweep in these next couple of games. It's definitely doable. We've seen it time and time again on a few occasions in the competitive scene and numerous different events and tournaments, but we'll have to see if they can do it against MCES. And even that in itself is a tall order, as already creating a bit of carnage there into that 7 o'clock compartment, taking everything out apart from that last builder hat and cannon, but that's going to be fine. Could be using that one dragon rider here to take down those couple of archer towers, but actually swayed down to the south side to take out the wizard tower instead. And I'm not too sure if he'll be able to take out in time, which it doesn't matter too much because now the RC can at least take that down anyway, using that invisibility spell to keep him alive to take down the multi-inferno on top.
I don't know. I don't like calling things early, but after that Zapquake and seeing what the heroes are going to pick up, I'm already calling it a 3-star. That's an easy path for 7 drag riders. We're talking about 7 drag riders because he did not go with the queen charge. Easy path for the king to come in, take the tank for the queen. And I mean, she still has her ability and the unicorn alive. If she stays out of the poison spell, she might have enough opportunity to heal back up and take care of more cleanup. We do have the 2 scatter shots to worry about, but with the stone slammer here, that's going to provide excellent tanking. And let's not forget the warden's ability to help out on this. Now we want to use the warden's ability, timed perfectly, coming right out. Ooh, well, this is coming on a slightly different approach than I expected to see because that stone slammer coming directly for the scattershot compartment, but edging to the outskirts. This timing of the warden ability critical because of the defending queen, so he needs to force that along, and that also helps pick up the scattershot as well, keeping these drag riders safely through. And look, we still have the queen alive, uses that freeze, that keeps her going even stronger through this, but the drag riders coming in to pick up and take down that single targeting Inferno.
You called it being much earlier on than anticipated. He's got so much value at the very beginning. Look at this. The dragon riders, literally, there's so many of them. None of them thinned out at all, barely took any damage. And I must say, this is a fantastic way to end this for MCES in this first game. Just waiting for everyone else to finish up their cleanup duty. Again, a very fast attack. And you're talking earlier about how at the very beginning, but it's going to give them a huge amount of leeway to gain this perfect war, and they definitely did. These drag riders have been used time and time again, used in many different compositions in numerous different ways, and again, just causing havoc once more. 40 seconds left, don't gonna matter in the slightest. It will be the first perfect war in this final as MCES wins the first game in this best of 3. And not gonna lie to you, B, they're gonna be pretty chuffed about it, and also momentum heavily swinging in their favor.
They seem pretty calm. They're keeping their eye on the prize right now. But can I point out there were 6 of the 7 drag riders left over in that matchup.
Yeah.
Absolutely dominating. Perfect war coming in for MCES. That is the way to kick off these grand finals and try and solidify their #1 ranking position here. They want to go for that $18,000 prize. That would be huge for MCES. But Tompanai really needs to step it up with what MCS is showing right now.
Yeah, like you said, $18,000 to the first place position. So in terms of whichever team comes up, $9,000 for second. And Tribe and Alternate Tech, they had a nice little 5,000. So nice chunk of change there to add to their name too earlier on. And yeah, it's going to be very tough because, you know, this one series is for $9,000. It's actually quite funny to think just one war could cost them that much. But yeah, this perfect war, it's like I mentioned before, because MCES haven't really given anything away on the table and haven't really shown as many base layouts or strategies coming forward, and they've seen Tompanai play time and time again. It's like you rightly mentioned, the amount of playtime that Tompanai had, it's really starting to show that MCES can easily counter, but also it's not only that, it's been their fantastic execution overall. But enough for that though. If you guys want to get involved with the ESL Mobile Challenge and register for next season. ! Sign up, get yourself involved, make sure you register. And it doesn't matter if you're a massive veteran in the scene or if you're a bit of a newbie and you're not really experienced in the competitive scene. This is a great way to kind of get involved and try and gain some valuable experience. Even if you don't get too far, you can remember it's all about that wealth of knowledge and experience you want to try and gain for further competitions, or maybe to improve your base builds overall. It's could be a lot of matter of opinion. But B's going to be sitting at this one quickly. Judo's going to be sitting back in the hot seat once again. She will be back if it does go to a game number 3, which don't get me wrong, it could do, because we know how talented Tom and I can be. But for that note, we'll see you in just a few moments.
I am Judo Sloth and welcome to this DHL Pro Tips episode. Let's go over a few basic tips and tricks. In order to help as many people as possible, I will keep the information broad, but just know you should tailor your attack depending on the base you are going up against. This is especially true at the pro level, such as in the ESL Mobile. With every new update or balance change in Clash of Clans, the meta shifts, sometimes more than others, and it goes without saying you want to try and use the troops or the defensive layouts that are in the meta, the strongest at the current time, and that's one of the reasons it is so important to watch the pro events such as the ESL Mobile if you are looking to improve. Whilst metas come and go, there is a good mix of ground and air strategies viable right now, and a few of them have survived the test of time, such as the Lava Loon, the Dragons or the brand new Dragon Riders, the P.E.K.K.A. Smash for ground, or even Hog Riders. It does not matter the strategy you pick, every attack has different phases in order to set it up correctly. Let me explain this. You could use a Queen Charge, Hero Dive, Blizzard, which is the Super Wizards in the Battle Blimp, but this is your attack opener. You are trying to get good value defenses that will limit your main attack. This could be the Town Hall, Eagle Artillery, Scattershot, Inferno Tower, maybe even the enemy heroes or clan castle troops. Most likely it will be a mixture of some of the above, as well as creating pathing for your main attack. The main phase is the core strategy. Lava Loon, Dragons, Hog Riders. This is to take down the bulk of the base. However, you cannot forget about the cleanup phase. This is vitally important if you are using defense targeting troops, because you only have 3 minutes on the clock and you do not want to time fail. You have to assure you have troops that can take out the non-defensive buildings. My advice to you, if you are looking to improve, is to try and work on the different phases of an attack. Ideally, the opening is the most important. If something goes wrong at this stage, it is hard to fix. If you have a fantastic opener, you can get away with some errors later on in the attack. So try to work the opener and the main phase, but do not forget about cleaning up. Best of luck, my friends, and thank you for tuning in to the DHL Pro Tips.
So Triad, congratulations once again for qualifying for the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. It's been a rocky road, I think it's safe to say, but I'm just curious to see what you guys thought in terms of how well you've performed this season, because you've had a few wobbly matches, a few wobbly wars, you could say, leading up to the finals. But just from your personal experience, how do you feel like your team performed overall?
It was a very interesting experience for us because it was very hard. First with the ladder phase, we finished first, but it was a hard work and a hard battle with the other teams. And after the challenger round, it was very hard too, because we finished on the 4th place, and we have to fight until the last war to qualify for the finals.
So as we've all noticed, competition has become extremely fierce, especially in this region. In terms of the skill ceiling, is this the highest it's ever been, as we've witnessed a large amount of upsets and numerous improvements along the way?
Yeah, the overall level is very high, and we saw many different strategies now, and it's hard to adapt our bases to these strategies, and it's very hard to defend now. So we'll try to find good baits or good good new plans to defend the other teams, because they are very strong, and they know how to triple every base.
So your first opponents are going to be your good friends, and you've played them numerous times. It will be alternate attacks in the opening matchup of the finals. Many would say this is definitely the El Clasico of the region. Is your team ready to try and topple this powerhouse of a team, bringing anything more unorthodox to the table, possibly?
It's sure. Every matches will be very close, and we prepare for this. And I think ATN and Tampinai have a little advantage because they qualify already for the World Championship. So now they can focus on the ESL Mobile Finals at 100%. So we'll do our best and try to beat them. And of course, Tribe Gaming is a very strong team.
Almulin, again, congratulations for qualifying in the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. It's been a long road, but you made it thus far. And first question for you is, your team has had an incredible run throughout the ESL Mobile Challenge. How do you feel your team has personally performed?
Well, I was looking my team perform very well because we was able to beat great teams. I only hope that we will keep going with this high level of performance. Yeah.
Now, a lot of teams have already mentioned this, but you have a really, really scary roster, especially with the attacking side of things. How comes your opponents are so fearful of your attackers?
We organize very well on attacking, especially when we have 2 or 3 players that can plan his attack very quickly, and the rest of the time we focus on the bases more that they are more difficult. So basically, we left the difficult bases for last attacks, and that's it.
As simple as that. Not too complex in any way, but I was just interested to know your thoughts, because your attacking side has been so good throughout the majority of the play days here leading into the finals. Now, your first match will be against Tribe Gaming, and we have to be quite real and quite honest here. They have defeated you both times in those play days. Yeah. Have you corrected the mistakes which Tribe Gaming exploited, or was there something else that caused your defeats?
Well, we think that we can do a better performance, and we are focusing more on our bases to get more defense against them. And on attack, we was able to do a good hits, but yes, I think that we can do a better match.
Yeah, hopefully you will do, and it won't be third time, possibly a charm for Tribe Gaming. We'll have to see, because it's definitely been neck and neck, and we have seen, we don't want history to repeat itself, of course. And this will lead to my next question, where, once you saw the release of the bracket, the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals, were you happy to see that Tribe Gaming will be the first team you play against in order to get your revenge? Or maybe you facepalmed thinking, oh God, not again.
Well, the 3 other teams that are on the finals are the opponents, all in general. So, well, it doesn't matter for us. We are preparing to beat them and to beat the other finalists if we pass the semifinal. No problem with this opponent.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. Our two teams are preparing in the background for round 2. So myself and Lady B are going to break down a couple of the best attacks we have seen today.
And we've seen some crazy ones coming in. I'm excited for definitely the last one that we're going to get to talk about. But first up, we've got coming in from ATN, just this amazing Blizzard Lalo that we're getting to see from Boom. This has been pretty much his namesake throughout a lot of the tournaments, and he's excelled really well at it. It can be a risky strategy because we see a lot of players trying to bait it, but gets that careful approach coming in. And with a Blizzard, you're looking to pick up some solid value, take down some big key defenses, as we can see with the scatter shot. But when you can take down, or at very least, get the lure of the clan castle, you're doing yourself some extra favors. Because a town hall is easily taken down along the outskirts, it provides that additional push for the heroes to come in unscathed by the scatter shot.
Absolutely. And if we pause for a very brief second, you can see the pathing that Boom has created, not just the value you talked about, Lady B, but then what you need to do is look at, where am I sending my heroes? You can send them to either the right or the left of the pathing you've created in terms of that dead space. Now, as we start the replay again, you'll see that Boom actually decides to go either side, Queen down to the bottom in terms of the Town Hall, and then the King to nicely just dive in towards the single target Inferno. Boom is a master at this strategy. But one thing I want to point out, if you are getting into this, you're new to it, try to look at areas in the base with the Blizzard where there's not necessarily potential for the giant bombs. There's only one tile in gap, so that your wizards would be not vulnerable to them.
Definitely a good point there. Now, notice with the King, we have that open pocket in the corner of the base. Now, you have to take a careful approach when you're going with that. He did use a Sneaky Goblin, great investment, to force a King along, who takes on a lot of damage, providing that extra value for the Royal Champion with just one invisibility spell to help clear out the rest of the compartment here. But this shapes up for a beautiful Lalo path, not traditional because we're not seeing that long line or L shape or even U shape, but a big chunky section where he can keep everything still under control through the Warden ability. Even reserves a couple of extra loons here, which is smart because he's been forcing him along the outer edge to push him back inside the base where we have this Tesla farm on the outskirts. So always good to save a couple of loons here and there, and you never know when you might need them for cleanup.
Absolutely. As you can see, Boom waits until that final Tesla goes down. Then he can just deploy them to the storage at the top. Nothing to chance. And a beautiful attack on this one. I do want to make one more point that you did see in terms of the Blizzard, because if you are going to take anything away from that attack, it really is the Blizzard. It can set you up phenomenally. You've seen how it can work against the Dragon Riders as well, supplementing it in with that. But do not use all of your invisibility spells if you don't need to. Do not just keep turning the Super Wizards invisible. Once they've got their value, you can always use one of them for the Royal Champion, as Boom did.
Yeah, definitely a great point for that. It can get you out of some sticky situations if you need. That invisibility spell is always an item that comes in handy as a back pocket tool. But we also got to see another great attack coming in from Tompanai, from Kreesan in the third matchup that they had against ATN. Now, with this one, we get to see a little bit of variety coming in with the Hydra, but the Zapquake here, we're seeing this more often than not, helping to clear out these big open compartments for the Town Hall, eliminating some damage around, and just giving a little more reprieve to move inside this base and give the heroes just a little bit more push.
Absolutely, because with the Town Hall and the Giga Bomb, it is a major defense now that you really do have to try and get down early. If you can get it with a hero dive, it means your main push is not susceptible to that. So never underestimate the value of taking down a core defense behind the Town Hall in order to alleviate the damage of your heroes. And Kreesan did that beautifully. And this attack was for the win as well. So the amount of pressure on his shoulders to pull this off the way he did was beautiful. And he saved the Queen's ability for when she locked or was about to lock to the Town Hall, because then you could press it and know she's pretty much going to get it.
Yeah, that Inferno needed to go down, let's be honest, because that Queen was just relying solely on the Unicorn healing her up, and he manages, just as you pointed out, to get it down to the wire. But the sections off this beautiful pathing that we get to see for dragons, and we often talk about pathing and funneling, it's critical to majority of the strategies that you're getting to see, and it's no stranger for dragons. The closer you can keep them together in a nice straight line, the more power you are going to get out of them. And with this, because we're only bringing 2 drag riders into the mix, we want to keep those defenses limited so they can really help pinpoint that.
Yeah, and I love on this one that if you were to almost have a quick watch back at this, he had a plan for all of the defenses to the outside of the base. Initially, the Stone Slammer, which he did have the Battle Blimp as a backup plan in case the Queen didn't get the Town Hall. But then the Royal Champion moving into those 2 Archer Towers as the Dragons moved in. And that's a really important point. Even though he could have sent the Royal Champion in at any stage to take that down, waiting so you can merge your attack together is super important, because it meant that the Dragons and the Royal Champion just had a greater DPS in that area, and the defenses can only shoot at that one troop at a time, meaning you're taking less damage as well.
Yeah, but we've got one final gem of an attack that I think was probably one of the most incredible attacks of the day that we got to see. And I think it was also maybe not the best planning of putting a base out for someone that you're facing off against that you know is notorious for this particular attack strategy. And I'm sure by now you know exactly what I'm talking about. We're talking about Synthe's hit. He did this Skelly Donut hog attack that he is known for. In general, he comes in with these Skelly Donuts. If we pause it here for 1 second quickly, we can see this insane value that he can pick off, getting both scatter shots and the CC all in one go right there in the central push. And that's why you need to know your opponents, who you're going up against, and who is going to try and capitalize off of that. Well, Synthe did that just right. But this is a tricky situation. If we take a look again, you can see, you have to really carefully place those invisibility spells, but that radius is absolutely perfect for him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can't miss an invisibility, but also the skeleton spells. He actually had to place one of them on the wall so that they were basically spawning across both of the compartments as well. And to be able to deploy multiple skeleton spells the way he did in order to hit those different compartments and then get the invisibility in was just incredible. And this is almost another signature move of MCES, is sending the wall wrecker to the town hall, doing that fantastically alongside the heroes, because again he's just limiting the damage on them, and the ice golems is perfect for me. I love that we are starting to see multiple ice golems, because if you don't have healers, it's just a hero dive, there's no threat of the healers moving to the ice golems, so it can often give you huge value.
Now, I was a little bit concerned not seeing the single targeting of Inferno go down on the back end of the town hall, knowing that the Royal Champion would be subject to that, but we have all of these hogs that can actually easily push their way through. The only problem is, with what he invested early on, he only has one heal spell left over. So let's point out the smart move coming in here right directly for the Eagle, ensuring that that last big damaging defense goes down quickly, and he gets this beautiful spread. Massive chunks of hogs moving down to the bottom side, and that's exactly where you want to use your heal spell, where the majority of your hogs are moving forward, especially because it's right over splash damage, takes out Wizard Tower, coming right into a Wizard Tower, so it keeps them nice and safe. And the Royal Champion, of course, because we don't have any of that additional damage that they took out, able to sneak through fairly well unscathed on the opposite side.
Yeah, being a symmetrical base, saw the Hog Riders coming down to that bottom compartment. Key points on the Hog Riders. Notice he used that early Warden ability. That was vital at protecting all of the Hog Riders. And the other thing I want to point out is as the Hog Riders came across, he was very reactive with his spells. He had his eye on the Wizard Towers, but a Giant Bomb popped, and he quickly put the heal spell in to make sure he boosted the Hog Riders up, moving to that Wizard Tower. Really key attack, this one, for MCES, making sure they did get that perfect war in round 1 versus Tompanai, and I cannot wait to get into the second round, Lady B.
Oh, I can't wait as well. We have seen some incredible attacks coming from both teams, but MCES definitely on fire. So make sure you stay tuned, because we've got the second matchup of a best of 3 coming in, with Tompanai having a final one opportunity right now to try and get back in it, but MCES could easily do them in. Stay tuned and you'll get to see it after this break.
What's up everyone, Banks here. Time for a brief history lesson. In 2019, esports revenue topped just over $1 billion for the first time in history. And the fastest growing sector is, you've guessed it, mobile esports. So let's break down why that is exactly. Advancements in technology have allowed mobile apps and games to function on a wide spectrum of mobile devices. Therefore, mobile games can be played on a global scale. It is estimated that half of mobile app users also play games, meaning that PC and console gamers are absolutely eclipsed by the vast number of mobile gamers. The affordability, mixed in with the accessibility and improving quality of mobile games, has made a huge impact in the world of esports. And let's not forget that many of the most popular games in esports are having their own mobile versions made. There's your proof. Now, with the popularity of mobile esports growing at this rapid rate, so does the competitive community. Esports organisations are now signing mobile gamers, and prize pools for tournaments are breaking past the $1 million barrier. And honestly, in my personal opinion, if it weren't for a global pandemic, we would have already had our first mobile esports tournament in a stadium. This is one of the many reasons why the general population are not yet aware of the sheer magnitude of mobile esports. So, how can you get involved without being left in the dust? Here is where the ESL Mobile Open comes swooping in. ESL have created a global program to give you an opportunity to step foot into the competitive arena of mobile esports. There are 3 competing regions and 2 levels of competition, so anyone and everyone is welcome to take part. Oh, and did I mention that it's 100% free to enter, with huge cash prizes waiting at the end for our winners. This is your chance to compete at the highest level of mobile esports, so grab it with both hands.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. And speaking of finals, we are still in the grand final in this best of 3. MCES did get that perfect war. And let's be honest here, Judo, dream start for them so far. Just one more game away, securing victory here and that $18,000. Nice big chunk of change there for the entire squad. Looking very, very strong. And Tom and I must be feeling it just a tad going into the second game.
Oh, they must be, because like I said earlier on in the stream, it could have gone one of two ways, I feel. Tom and I warmed up, lots of confidence after beating alternate attacks, but seeing that war, MCES coming in fresh, getting the perfect, like you said, it's got to be starting to drain for Tom and I. This is going to be their 5th matchup of the day, whereas MCES, they are still just on high ground after that perfect war, and I think this could be huge for MCES if they can get a good start.
Really could do indeed. Like, we said before, we had a few, discussions about how Tom and I are feeling coming into this matchup, because I've already revealed like a lot of their strategies and a lot of their base layouts. And, it could be repeated, it might not. It depends on their composition later on. There's a lot of things to talk about here, but yeah, that perfect war to start with for MCES, that's not going to change anything in the slightest. Just make sure that, they do get that early lead in this series, which they desperately required to at least add a huge amount of pressure now, because it seems like Tom and I have to try and bring this back with a reverse sweep. And do you know what? They definitely have the talent to do that and the potential. It's just a matter of making sure not making any slip-ups along the way. And it's, easier said than done, let's be real here. Actions speak louder than words, and I'm sure we'll be getting underway with his second game very shortly. But from what you said as well, like with MCES, very, very strong approach from a lot of his bases, and not really too much of a surprise there, as they've got a very high level of consistency across the board, similar to alternate attacks, and a lot of in the top left, just very chilled. And I've been told by production as well, exactly, I've been told by production, but he's not actually moved a muscle. He's been sitting there chilling as though it's just another scrim, just another day in the office here. But they are definitely going to be really well drilled into this next game, because they know now that this one game is going to secure them a victory. Or with Tom and I here, you can see the lads just discussing how they're going to go into this next war. And at the same time, they've got to win back-to-back games. It's a huge feat in itself, but like we said before, they have the potential to do it. It's just a matter of if they can and try and put on a better performance compared to that first game.
Can almost see the nerves for Tompanai Empire there, whereas, as we said, MCES looking very calm moving into this matchup. So a stark difference in the teams there. Maybe that will have an impact on this matchup, because think of this from Tompanai Empire's side of things. MCES beat them in the final of the upper bracket. Now they've beat them a second time. So it's really tough, especially because they lost to MCES in the challenge stage as well. They actually haven't beat them so far.
It could be the 3P, you're absolutely right. But you know what? Enough chatter here, Judo. Let's get straight into this second game of the best of 3. If you're just joining us, it is the grand final. MCES are up 1-0, and they just need to win this last war in order to secure victory and the ESL Mobile Challenge finals, crowning them the champions. But Tompanai are going to make sure they can create as many obstacles and hurdles along the way. And Kingsman is going to be the first person attacking for MCES to try and give him that early start.
They certainly can't start celebrating yet. They have to keep their cool in this war, and it is a nice start. I always like to see when we have, you know, a queen charge or something like that, and you just have the very subtle deployments of the troops to get the funnel picture perfect, and he has done that. Also making sure that since the queen wasn't under a lot of fire and there was an air defense at the top, held the healers. He didn't need to deploy them straight away. Now he's obviously got them on the queen as she approaches the town hall area. And a very good start so far, but the hybrid, it's a little bit tricky. It's not necessarily in the meta right now, but we are seeing somewhat good results with it when it is used.
A very calculated approach here from Kingsman. More methodical, actually, considering what he had to do in order to create that path for the queen to enter in that north compartment of the town hall. I have to freeze things a little bit here. It's a bit too much to handle for the queen, but looks like she will be okay, just using that rage spell once more in order to keep this queen alive and well. But just got to deal with a couple of builder huts and the expo. But looking at the other side, though, we have the RC coming in with the Hog Riders and the Warden into that 3 o'clock compartment with the Wizards as well on cleanup duty on the back line. And so far, just pushing towards that multi-inferno. There's a couple there. It's a huge amount of defense to clean up, and the King is just diving straight in, going in, swinging here to try and take out everything it can in its path. But it's all about that Eagle artillery, though. We've got to keep an eye on that to see how much damage it does to some of the opponents, but already continuing to create this path. Good stuff so far. More Hog Riders again coming in to go towards the center, and this funnel, I do love this Judo so far, just making sure to prioritize that Inferno Tower with the rest of those Hog Riders and continuing to create destruction on the path on that south side.
Oh, those Clan Castle Hog Riders are incredible. He'd already pushed the hybrid down to the bottom, so they beeline to the multi-target Inferno. Can you believe they've actually gone down to the Eagle as well, with the heal and the rage in that area? This is how you do hybrid in the current meta. Beautiful job by Kingsman, making it look easy. Has the Royal Champion ability to ping through the final buildings in celebration. And I have to say, he remained calm as the rocket balloons came flying out of the Clan Castle. It can easily trip you up. He used a freeze spell very quickly, and a beautiful start for MCES.
Keeping the King in love as well, not something you normally see all the time, just continue to create havoc and also save from that time fail. And like you said, you know, with that hybrid approach, it's very, very difficult. You have to be a lot more methodical. You have to be very patient with what you want to do and keep a close eye on, you know, the little details here and towards dissecting that base. But great stuff as well. As already MCS onto a flying start with a triple. Back-to-back triples once again. They got that perfect war, so it's the 6th triple in the row. Which means now Tompanai already feeling the pressure, but Allen is still now going to come in with the first attack for Tompanai. I'm sure Allen as well will be able to create a good start for Tompanai here. We'll have to see. Already coming out with the Queen on that 3 o'clock side to take down the AD and some of the structures there as well.
Yeah, a little bit mixed results today. He opened with the 3-star, but then has struggled since then, only getting 2 stars in his next attacks. Obviously, in the last war, really struggling with that 77%. So wanting to spin this around, he doesn't want to give MCES an early lead like that first one. A couple of rocket balloons in that army composition as well. I always like to see that. It can be used quite flexibly, shall we say. Looks like he might actually be trying to just snipe the air defense at the north of the base with those, but we will keep our eyes on that as the Queen is already getting into this town hall. But there's 3 Expos now on the Queen. Thankfully, one of them is being tanked by the Unicorn, so he does have to be careful diving into this section.
It really does. Even though the Unicorn's tanking the damage on one of those Expos, he still needs to drop another Rage spell down. And unlike what he did earlier, is bring out those healers a little bit late, just in case it gets affected by the AD on that 3 o'clock side. But you're right there, there's a huge amount of defense that the Queen does have to deal with. Doing okay so far. Only problem is another Rage spell does need to come down. But speaking of the King, actually, on the northern side, taking them back the compartment, the Blimp's coming out as well. We'll be dropping onto that Eagle artillery, but it's actually prioritizing something else first. But now it's going towards the Eagle. The Dragon Rider's coming out with that Warden. And so far, the aggression is going to continue on. But the Queen, though, is still alive, continue to pile on the pressure into the center. Sweeper is still pushing back those healers, but should be okay. But he's got a large amount of Dragon Riders there pushing to the center towards that multi-inferno.
Loved the use of that battle blimp because he knew the crash damage could take out the air defense and the archer tower. And like you said, obviously the Eagle afterwards carving out that 9 o'clock area so that the Dragon Riders can fly directly to the middle. He's still got the Royal Champion alive. Queen is just about clinging on. He's finally froze that air defense, but he doesn't quite have direct pathing of the rocket balloons. Now they get to the air defense. It does fall, and Al Mu'alin has indeed avenged himself, getting the 3 stars this time around exactly when they needed it, shall we say, because this is it. If they lose this matchup, it is MCES that will be victorious, and he has kept them in it, the start they needed. So we are all tied up after the first attack, Lethal.
That's right indeed, Judo. Tomp and I have no room for error or any kind of mistakes in the slightest. They know what they're up against. After that perfect wall for MCES, they may have to replicate the exact same thing, but great coordination with that composition as well with those Dragon Riders from that 10 o'clock side. Got a huge amount of value with the Queen. Even though they had to use about 3 or 4 rage spells to keep her alive, taking all those Expos at the start as the Tanner was huge, and then able to push on forward to take out any other defenses towards the Dragon Riders were coming in as well. So I must say, great start from Tomponite as well. We don't want to see a sloppy start compared to what we saw in that last game, but MCES will need to try and continue pile on the pressure. It's very, very difficult going in seconds, knowing that you're seeing your opponents just have it again and again with these triples back to back. But Remio now will be coming out. He came out swinging last time round in the first game. I'm sure he's going to do his best to try and do it once more. But we'll have to see going forward. There's already just causing a little bit of a ruckus there on that left 10 o'clock side of using a couple of loons as well to find out exactly what is going on. We'll find a small amount of that Tesla farm and the AD. But you can see the RC already coming out as well as a giant in that north compound.
Yeah, I don't think he was quite expecting the Tesla there because he'd planned a couple of funneling troops which failed and had to send in a couple of balloons to try and react, but not the end of the world. He's got exactly what he needed in this area. King funneled into the central area, Royal Champion taking out the top, and the Queen now getting towards the town hall, but a little bit dangerous here because the Queen, the Clan Castle troops have redirected across towards the Barbarian King, which is so handy for the Queen to snipe that town hall first. Royal Champion even gets the other Inferno Tower, so a good start so far. But that Lava Hound, it's going to go to the Queen, and hopefully it actually does not pop.
Oh, yeah, I was going to be a little bit cautious there because the Queen was not in that poison for a while until the halfway mark, so it already took a huge amount of damage. And you can see the Stone Slammer now in perfect position to tank any damage to help these loons out, pushing into that southern compartment. And now they have to deal with that scatter shot, using that haste to speed things up a tad, as well as that dragon as well to tank some of that damage, but going towards that Eagle artillery is so important to take that down as soon as possible. The only problem for Remio is the fact that the sweeper is keeping it at bay, but another haste spell is going to stop that, just avoiding that sweeper, taking down that Eagle artillery. You can see a couple more loons as well coming in from that right hand side, needs to try and take down that Inferno Tower. Another haste comes down to secure that, but it still hasn't actually taken it down yet, Judo. But we'll be able to approach that Inferno Tower eventually, a little bit later than required, but nevertheless they have managed to clean that up. So just having a look at the defenses so far, nice. Just that scatter shot just to make sure to secure this victory, like you rightly just saw, Judo, just keeping hold of that defense to delay that DPS. So still got a fair few loons left. There's a dragon and some minions on the south side, as you can see, barely just on cleanup duty, but so far so good for Remio, but just a matter of time.
Yeah, and the patience there as well, recognizing that the one balloon that split across towards the Expo would be enough to invest the freeze in order to speed up this attack, because he still has the Ice Hound. He had enough balloons to get across towards that scatter shot. So I really like that he identified the one balloon would help out. And this is why you take an Archer. Look at the Lava Hound at the top of the base. It hasn't popped yet, and that has helped him to get the 3 stars, keep MCES moving forward, and they are looking dangerous in this grand final.
Didn't expect anything less from Remio. Good positions on the spells as well. Just a little bit worried about some of the Inferno Towers coming in, but good, like I said, the position of the haste spells just to make sure to secure and keep these defenses low, and as well as the DPS. Great stuff there from Remio to keep those back-to-back triples going. 7 in a row now, Judo. There's absolutely no stopping them. No matter what base build they've got, MCS can counter it with great execution, and it could be even worse now for Tompanai. They've realized that they've got a mammoth in their hands in terms of what they've got to do going forward, but Tompanai have been shown some a great deal of potential going forward as well. So it's not like they're out of it at all. They haven't had any 2 stars along the way, but hopefully we haven't jinxed them yet. But I'm not a superstitious person. I'm sure that Tompanai will make some great executions now with their next few attacks. So Tompanai will be attacking next, and we're going to find out exactly who it's going to be. It will be Michael now to try and attack for Tompanai to try and get their 2nd triple in a row. And they have to really to keep this competitive.
Oh, they certainly do. And I think the main thing for Tompanai is prior to this matchup, they have relied on their bases holding up defensively. They beat Tribe Gaming in the opening matchup this weekend with only 12 stars, then winning the matches against Alternate with 13 stars on both of those matches, obviously getting 11 on one of them. But really, it's because they've been able to hold the teams off that they've ground out that victory. But MCES got that perfect. So this time they are relying on their offense being even better. And I think that's just where they're struggling. What's happening here though, Lethal? Because he broke the Town Hall compartment, and yet the Archer Queen is indeed breaking into the base. So he's going to have to deal with the Clan Castle Troops, but the Archer Queen ability goes off there. He did manage to just about get the freeze down to protect her. Sometimes she can actually go down through the ability. Now we see the King diving in towards the Town Hall area, so all looking good at this stage as the Royal Champion now on the right side. He's been able to fix this relatively well.
Yeah, almost took a huge chunk of damage. Well, he did just have to pop the ability a little bit earlier than he would like to, but thanks to that, and the rage spell is going to be okay. The Queen just continuing to try and help out the King in that north compartment now, and now going to be going towards to take out the Builder Hut as well on that right-hand side. But we do see the Stone Slammer, which means that the bulk of the attack is going to be coming out any second now, just trying to clean out some bits and pieces in that 5 o'clock compartment, especially that scanner shot. The RC will be able to give a hand, no problem. The Limbs will coming out from that south side, as well as the Warden and that Lava Hound to try and take any more damage. Good usage of the spells again. Michael looking a lot cleaner of an attack compared to his last attack against MCES, and now already heading towards that scanner shot. The sweeper, yeah, will be a bit of a pain in the backside, but it could be delaying the inevitable depending on how well these loons get across. But good use of these spells once again to help these loons push on forward. Just got to use a couple of these Inferno Towers and that Wizard Tower behind it as well, and using that haste for those loons on that left-hand side to clean out that other compartment. But seeing how many loons are left there, they are filling out a fair amount here, Judo. Trying to take down that Inferno Tower, which they have done, but still got to take on that AD on the north side.
Yeah, he might just have enough here. The difficulty is the Archer Queen broke through the wrong wall. He wanted her into the multi-compartment, and then obviously it's meant that the balloons had to direct in there. I thought for a moment that he might switch to the Battle Blimp and use the method of sending the Blimp through the Lalo and pop it on top of the multi-target Inferno in the center to keep the balloons out of that area. But he used the Stone Slammer to tank for the scatter shot initially, and it could have been the right play, but it's not going to happen. Time will be the better of him on this one. So after 2 attacks, it is advantage to MCES. They've already got that first wall won, but in this one, they are already in the lead as well.
Yeah, at least the percentage isn't in the 80s, but it doesn't change the matter of fact that MCES are still with these back-to-back triples, and it's very hard to come by because their base builds have been very good. Tom and I have struggled to, it's not just the execution. Execution's been fine to a certain degree. The only point is the time fails again and again. It's been very, very tough for them to get back aggressively into some of these bases, and it just shows that MCES have had some great base builds come into the grand finals, but their attacks as well have just been as good, if not better, and it's going to be a real struggle now to decide how Tom and I are going to try and defend the remaining 3 attacks from MCES. As Kreesan now is going to be defending again. It's try hard again. A very, very good attack with that blimp coming in now into that 10 o'clock compartment. We'll be going on forward. It's going to try and take out as much as he can. And we'll find the Tesla farm as well. But with the invisibility spells, he should be okay to try and get as much damage and amount of value as possible done. But look at that. There's 7 Dragon Riders in his back pocket here, Judo.
Oh, yeah, just incredible value with that. Almost actually was able to chain through to the central multi-target Inferno as well. At least got some damage on it either way, but just carving out that chunk. And as we mentioned in the analysis phase of the broadcast, just being able to take out that section means he can directly deploy his heroes at either side of that, obviously opting for the town hall in this scenario, and it's so easy. You know they are walking to this area because there is nothing to distract them. So Tryhard can just allow the queen into this section, already broken at 6 o'clock means he can dive the king into that area. But again, just being patient a little bit here, allowing the queen to get through this section so he can merge them together and just help in terms of absorbing fire from the defenses.
And look at this as well. The queen's not even in the poison. It is now, maybe just barely, but using that invisibility spell. Does have a couple of rage spells if that queen is in a little bit of trouble, unless he wants to save those rage spells for his dragon riders to push on into the center. And already the eagle now making the attack onto one of the dragon riders in that right compartment. But the queen, yeah, does get taken down. But the dragon riders using that rage spell going straight into the center. And we'll see if Tryhard can recover a little bit more going into that right compartment now. But so far, they've only got 1 rage spell left, using it to try and push forward into that eagle compartment there. And already you can see the eagle's actually focusing on the warden. And there's still a fair amount of dragon riders left. Having a look at the defense so far, still got the AD and that wizard tower at the north side. Freezing that would makes perfect sense. Not really too much left. That is going to be the last spell for him, for Tryhard. 50 seconds left remaining, only the Archer Tower and that Mortar on the left-hand side, as well as the Tesla, which was almost cleaned up earlier on at the very beginning. But I must say, this is clearly going to be another triple for MCS. And how do Tompano stop him at this point, Judo? This is absolute madness. It doesn't matter what base build that Tompano bring to the table, MCS seems to be able to destroy it, not with comfortable ease, of course, but with great execution nonetheless.
Execution is 100% what got him that, because there were a couple of things that started going a little bit wrong and Tryhard adapted perfectly. For example, in the bottom area of the base, the skeleton trap popped. He used the invisibility in that area to not only protect the queen, but redirect the skellies to the king so that she could then focus the fire on the single target Inferno. Unfortunately, didn't get that. But then, as Dragon Riders started coming across, used the Royal Champion's ability a little bit early. He had intended to just use the freeze to redirect the Dragon Riders. So they really are on another level here. And Tomp and I scratching their heads, wondering how on earth they are going to get past this. If they are going to do it, though, they need those 3 stars. So it's React using the Queen Charge Dragon Riders. And I have to say, one of my favorite attacks from today was actually his Queen Charge Dragon Rider in the opening matchup versus ATN. It was a phenomenal attack, so we know how successful he is with this strategy. And so far, setting up that funnel, diving the queen in towards the town hall, always good to get that out of the way so that the Dragon Riders don't have to deal with it. Now, I want to say that actually he's used the queen's ability there, which I wasn't expecting. I thought he was going to freeze that area, but what I was going to say, he used the blimp in the opening matchup that I referenced. He's got the stone slammer here, which if you can save onto the siege is really good to supplement the Dragon Riders.
Queen didn't really take too much damage from the poison in the town hall. Luckily for the defenses of MCES, it actually kept him out of that poison for a little bit longer, but still need to use another rage and an invisibility spell. And you can see the RC now coming out straight away. Another spell comes down and to keep that RC alive to go straight in towards the scanner shot there to try and take out as many of the defenses as possible from MCES. And the Queen's still alive even after those Eagle shots, but how much longer though, are still looking very, very good, getting a huge amount of value from that raid spell. But the Dragon Riders and those Loons and the Warden will be coming out from that northwest side, as well as the Stone Slammer. Again, great positioning, making sure to tank that damage to help these Loons push on forward towards Bad Eagle. And don't forget though, we've still got a couple more Inferno Towers in that central and eastern compartments here. Just depends what's in that Stone Slammer as well. We'll be taken down and we'll find a Loon and the Dragon Rider there, but needs to try and take this down as soon as possible. The Rage Spell does come out, but will he be able to take it down? Yes, he does. So looking at the defenses so far, it's just the AD, that Inferno Tower in that right-hand compartment, and the couple of cannons. And I must say, from React, you were talking about how great his attacks have been in the past with his Queen Charge Dragon Rider. It looks like he will be able to succeed, even though the Dragon Riders have been thinning out over the course of time, but that's very standard. Queen is still alive and well, pushing in with the rest of the pack. Really good coordination, and does mean that Tomp and I will be able to get a triple to try and keep this as close as possible, but it still means that Tomp and I are 1 star behind, and MCES could be getting another perfect war here, depending on these next 2 attacks.
You said it, Lethal. You said it, not me. I mean, they're certainly looking strong, aren't they? 8 attacks today, 8 3-stars. What is going to stop them? We've talked about Tomp and I's bases throughout the broadcast, but MCES just cracking them, and again, not a problem for them. And at their current pace, they are on track to win that $18,000 and being crowned the champions. So really, it's whether they slip up. If they just hold on here and continue doing what they're doing, then they're good.
Exactly. Yeah, spot on. Couldn't have said it better myself. With Tomp and I, it's just a matter of if they crumble any more than they have done. It's only been one, I wouldn't even call it a weak attack at that point. 95% 2 stars. He definitely could have finished it up. It's just a bit of a shame, but I'm hoping that doesn't cost him. It's just the fact that what can you do against a team in the grand final and a best of 3 in both games get back-to-back perfect wars? It's definitely possible. It's a rare occurrence in itself, especially at this high level, at this high tier, especially at the skill plateau they've both managed to be able to gain, you could say, be able to hit. But yeah, Sinfei now for MCES is going to see if it can get another triple now for them, as Mechu is going to be trying to defend this off if he can. And I'm just a little bit worried now for Tomp and I. Don't get me wrong, like, it's only that one, I wouldn't even call it a bad attack, like I said earlier, with that 95% 2-star, but it could cost him. I was already just making a bit of a start on that southern side.
Yeah, this is Synthé all over. 41 Hog Riders. I mean, it is just such a pleasure to see him attacking, using the wall wrecker down to the bottom. Now, he does find the tornado trap. That's pretty good, actually, in terms of knowing that his Hog Riders are going to be safe through the rest of the base. Doesn't really cause him much issues down here because he's got the Ice Golems inside of that. Heroes should hopefully dodge this poison. They're standing to the left of it at the moment. It's more the Ice Golems that are unfortunately not going to get him that continued value. But here comes his Hog Riders from the left-hand side. Probably we will see that Grand Warden's ability. There it is, nice and early. Headhunters to help get that Royal Champion, and he has 4 heal spells. He can spread heals and freeze spells around the base for the Hog Riders, and this is such a pleasure to watch, Lethal.
It certainly is indeed. It's pretty much textbook stuff, and he's still got 3 heal spells to use if he does get into a little bit of trouble, and the Sweeper's not really doing too much either, but the Hog Rider's going absolutely at it. Just going to the northern side now. You can see the Warden just joining with them too. And the RC has come out, is in the center, and now going to see if he can try and do as much damage to the defenses as possible from Mechu, which he has done. The RC does get taken down eventually, so it's going to be all on these Hog Riders. And still a fair amount of them. Nev using that heal spell as well. And sadly, he actually mispositioned that heal spell, which is a little bit of a shame, as well as not getting it in time, which is going to cost him. And yeah, not something we expected considering how well he was doing from the get-go.
I don't think he expected a double giant bomb in that location. And in combination with the scatter shot, down they go. That is why we tend not to see attacks like this. Credit to Synthé for, you know, giving these types of creative attacks in the competitive scene. But this is why we tend not to see them, because it's very risky. I mean, there wasn't a lot he could do there. He would have had to preemptively use that heal, and he just wasn't able to react, obviously. So maybe that's the first signs that Tompanai could indeed get this one done. I have to say, I was loving that attack up until that point. The Royal Champion peeling off into the middle. I thought you were going to say at one point that the Hog Riders were going ham on this base, but unfortunately, turning into bacon at the end.
They certainly did. Luckily, I missed that bit because of the fact that I'm focusing on the RC in the center to see if you can try and catch up with the rest of the pack to do more damage to the defense. But yeah, this is not what MCES wanted. And, you know, I mentioned, see how their final 2 attacks go already. That's the first fumble out of the, 9 attacks we've seen so far from MCES. They've allowed 1 fumble. But the only problem is this could cost them because that was, 85%? And I believe that Tompanai had 95%. So technically a 10% difference now going into the final attack soon, but we'll have to see how Tompanai do first. They've still got 2 more left before we go into the final attack from both of these teams, and it's going to give Tompanai, you know, a few happy smiles and a few happy faces, knowing that they're still in this matchup.
Well, Tompanai do need to get that 3-star. It's easier said than done, and it would give them the best performance that they've had today. Like I said, they've only had 13 stars as their best, so they really are pushing to the limit here and giving their all in order to try and keep themselves in this. So Mechu starting off with that Blizzard attack. We've talked about it a lot, and it's so far going well as he's taken down the scatter shot. Began to create the pathing. Giant Bomb does catch some of the Super Wizards, but he's managed to keep most of them alive. Got everything he needed. Just look at that area. It is gone, so he can now send his heroes in. Looks like it's to the left-hand side of that area. Got the pathing and a beautiful start.
And they have done indeed. 7 Dragon Riders, 5 Loons will be coming out shortly. The Ice Golem will be coming out alongside the Queen. Like I said, a very good start from Mechu. Exactly what he wanted. Triple is 100% required now, using that Baby Dragon and the King to create that funnel for the Queen to go straight in towards that Town Hall compartment. The defensive Queen is there, but not getting involved, and could do momentarily. But we'll have to see. A few spells do come down in order to delay that DPS from Sinfei, and already again the Town Hall has been taken down, has been cleaned up, so is the Inferno Tower, and you can see already the RC coming out to make sure to take down that AD in that left compartment to help out with these Dragon Riders. As one of the Dragon Riders already come out, so as the rest of them here in that 8 o'clock position, as well as the Warden, but so far it's looking quite good here for Mechu, and a good start from him.
It is looking good, and he's using the Dragon Riders. If anybody took part in the previous challenge that was in the game, the June qualifier challenge it was, where he used this attack versus Team Elevate to gain their golden ticket, we actually got to replay his attack in Clash of Clans using the Dragon Riders, and you can see why he is so good with them, even holding on to a Dragon Rider, which he deploys at the north of the base to take that Archer Tower, speed up the attack. This is incredible, and he still has spells in the pocket, decides to turn 1 invisible to prioritize the air defense. Such a smart play. And a beautiful 3-star. This is going to mean that Tompanai Empire have the percentage advantage moving into the last attack. So if they 3-star again in their next attack, then we are going to round 3, Lethal, in this grand final.
This was looking so bad for Tompanai going into these final attacks, and finally, after 9 attacks, MCS made that 1 slip up, of course, with Sinfair. Maybe needed 50 Hog Riders. Who knows at that point? It was just balmy in itself. But yeah, I can't believe the outcome we're seeing so far. We could be going to a game 3. Both these teams are going into this final attack now. Like Judo said, it is going to be based on percentage if they both get this next triple, which means that Tompanai are ahead on percentage. So it just depends on these final attacks. So a lot of pressure on for both of these teams. We said it, $18,000 on the line, $9,000 for second. So if it does go to this final game of the series, that 1 war could be the changing point for $9,000 here. So a lot of pressure for these final attackers. We're going to go straight to MCES. It will be AM now for MCES to see what he can do now going into this next attack. It's going to be the final one. He needs a triple to keep his team in this matchup. If it does not, it's going to cause a huge amount of problems, but he needs to secure his victory now if he can. If not, the fate will be not in their hands. It will be in the fate of Tompanai's hands anyway. So already we'll see what he can do here.
I can't believe how far he has pushed the Battle Blimp into the base, into the core. You very, very rarely see that. And, well, we've seen it twice from Arium now because he did it in the last matchup as well. Actually has the Teslas pop there, but by being able to just take out that central scatter shot, it's huge in terms of the pathing for his balloons. And now he can take out the compartments on the perimeter, obviously, with his heroes. So a very good start for Arium. And you mentioned $9,000 for the next war, potentially. It could be $9,000 for this attack, because if they get the 3 stars here, like we've said, they could still win this. Arium has done very well. If the Royal Champion can get the Wizard Tower before using the ability, it means it goes to the core. So he fully takes that out. Queen is getting the Town Hall. Arium putting on a masterclass for us.
Arium doing a great job here. The bulk of the army coming up from that north side with the Warden as well. And you can see from down below on that south side, the Queen finally gets taken down from the poison and just trying to clear up as much as we can from that southern compartment. But it's the north one we need to talk about here, as the haste spells are coming down to speed up these loons to get towards the Eagle Artillery as quick as possible. As Arium now needs to try and do his best to try and get this triple for MCES in that right compartment. Now, still got quite a lot of loons. They've not really thinned out too much as of yet, but that's almost all the spells gone. Only got one more left, but let's be real here, Judo. Still got to do that multi-inferno tower, and of course, the Expo, or the Granbo, we could say, led it on. But I think it's going to be perfectly fine. Got plenty of time left on the clock. And now we just got to do the cleanup duty here, do the dirty work, and then it's all said and done here. But yeah, he must have been a little bit worried coming into this last matchup, but pretty much it was a piece of cake for him, just having to stop this last Buddha Hut for being a real pain in the backside. But apart from that, so much time left on the clock. Tornado Trap won't make any kind of difference here. Just finish up that last gold mine, and there we have it. So MCS do get the triple they need to keep them in this game, and it's all about Tompono now. They need this triple. If they don't get this triple, it will not go to a third game. MCS will win this series outright 2-0. If Tompono do get a triple, we will be going to a third and final game in this grand final.
Gotta say, props to Arium, because that was huge. What an overpowering attack in such a high-pressure situation. I wonder if he still has his feet up, even the pressure of that attack, and still just chilling way that he has been. Yeah, we can almost guarantee it, but I have to say that was absolutely phenomenal. But it's Croissant. He was under pressure in the attack versus alternate attacks. He needed the 3-star to put them through, and he got it. Can he replicate it? Can he get the victory for Tompanai Empire and send us into the round 3? It's the hybrid, and we did see this opening up by Kingsman of MCES, who got the 3-star. So let's see if Tompanai can get their own hybrid 3-star. Looks like we have the Archer Queen with the Owl. Interesting, to the north of the base. And the Grand Warden with the Unicorn. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly why he's done that, but presumably just because the Owl can help the Queen get through the storages initially here and speed up his attack.
A lovely production in the background of telling me that Arium's legs are down, so he was taking it a little bit more seriously than usual. The Queen trying to stay alive in that rage spell with the healers, trying to do its best to try and help on out, but of course with the sweep have been a bit of a pain in the backside towards the Owl. Will be taking out that north compartment, is in the poison though, and will get taken down momentarily. But still though, still able to stay alive. And just looking at the composition so far, I want to see how Krisan can now be able to get this triple. But like Judo's rightly said, they need this triple to keep them in this series. If they don't, it's going to be in a world of trouble, and they will be out of the competition, meaning MCS will win this series 2-0. And already the Queen's still able to stay along the north side, but you can see the Hog Riders will come in from the left hand side as well, just trying to take out everything they can in that left compartment to try and take down that scanner shot if they can, which they have done. And that was very, very close, Riley, as you saw there, Judo. And now the RC will be coming out as well from the 10 o'clock side to try and do additional damage onto the defense in that left compartment.
Oh my word, the 2 air defense took out those healers so quick, and he committed so much to the Queen. He doesn't have any freeze spells for the hybrid. The final heal is in, and he has a back-end scatter shot that is after he's already taken damage from this multi-target Inferno, because he's only got the heal to the first multi-target Inferno. RC ability goes off. This does not look good for Croissant here as the Hog Riders die out in the middle. He's got his Clan Castle Hog Riders, but as the Expo fires down on the Royal Champion, it is not only a defense, it is a huge defense from MCES to snitch that title, win this one in 2 rounds, and what a performance they have had today. Not just offensively, putting up 29 out of 30 stars versus Tompanai, but holding them back as well with such impressive defenses.
Oh, commiserations to Tompanai, but then again, MCES played absolutely out of their skulls from the very get-go, right up to the very end. Like you rightly said, only a 1-star difference from back-to-back perfect wars, and against the likes of Tompanai as well. Yeah, it's a real shame for Croissant now. It's just literally the last moment before this series does come to an end. We will not be going to a Game 3. Which does mean, Judo, that MCES are your ESL Mobile Challenge Finals champions, winning the series 2-0. And now they can sit back, relax a little bit, and you can see his feet are down, and they are so pleased with their performance. A nice little hats off to you there. And, you know, what we can ask for more. 29 out of 30 stars, like you rightly said. And Tompanai, honestly, commiserations. They played really well in themselves. You can see the percentile on top, about 2.4% difference between both of these teams. You could not call it if you tried, but luckily for MCES, that one blunder they had in one of their attacks is not going to cost them the title, and they're going to be $18,000 richer.
Just think about how dominant MCES were. We've got to give them a bit of a round of applause on that one, because they came into this as the number 4 seed, and they have not lost a match, knocking down the teams, winning the upper bracket, and then winning this one in just 2 matches. Incredible performance. They really have dominated the final here, and a credit to them. Wow, I can't believe what we just seen. The attacks that they were putting on, the creativity, they fully deserve this victory. Like you said, commiserations to Tompanai and Alternate Attacks, as well as Tribe Gaming from yesterday, but MCES, true champions, and thoroughly deserved in my opinion.
I completely agree. Diverse amount of strategies across the board in both of these games in this war. And yeah, like you rightly said, the MCES, they deserved it more than anything. And, you know, 9 times out of 10, it doesn't matter about seedings, because at the end of the day, you have to play against anyone and everyone to try and get into the grand final and win the championship. But MCES are going to be extremely pleased with themselves. We did not expect it after the shaky start they had throughout the ESL Mobile Challenge play days, but God, we were wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, think about it this way. MCES only just got into the finals. It came down to the last day, didn't it, when they got into the finals. So, you know, if you're thinking at home, can I win this? Yes. I mean, MCES got themselves in at the last moment. Look at the bracket again as they just cruised through that upper bracket into the finals. And we really didn't know who was going to win this yesterday. It was such a tight group of teams, but the way MCES has just moved through that upper section is so impressive.
Not dropping a single game, like you rightly said, having to come up against Alternate Attacks straight away from the get-go in the opening match yesterday. Managed to take them down in a very close war. Came down to percentage. MCES took down Tompanai and had to defeat Tompanai once again just to try and put them down 3 times on the trot, but they did manage to do it. But I must say, all 4 teams brought out, you know, again, a lot of diversity, a lot of variety, which we love to see. Some things we wouldn't normally see, and a lot of these matches did come out of the woodwork, and a lot of bits and pieces was revealed. But I must say, though, every single one of these teams played out in their minds, but MCES were the ones who played almost close to perfection in this tournament, and it was really well deserved.
Yeah, the creativity that they have. I mean, if you want to go back and watch any of the attacks that they've put up, just think about some of the mass Hog Riders, the mass lightning that we seen from them yesterday, the huge Skelly Donut value we seen from Sinthe. They are just on that other level, and it really is where the creativity will help you to get the victory. And I mean, I have thoroughly enjoyed watching the matches, being able to cast them alongside yourself and Lady B has just been absolutely brilliant.
It's always a pleasure, never a chore with you, Judo, of course, casting this grand final. And, certainly won't get a third game, but do you know what? The way MCES are playing, I'm not too surprised it went to, or did not go to a game 3. The fact that they played almost 2 back-to-back perfect was just that one small blunder, which actually almost cost them, but they're going to be pretty pleased with, not only have they won as 2-0, but the defense on the very last attack was remarkable.
Oh yeah, they held them back, not just offensively. We mentioned the defensive bases of Tompenhai, but MCES cracked them. It then came down to them having that defense, and like you said, what a defense it was in the moment as well, where one slip up, it almost cost them, but their bases were able to claw it back. And wow, I mean, what a defense it was in that situation. And just think about the attack by Arium prior to that, knowing that he had to get the 3-star, and it might not have even got them it. Huge performance, and they will be very happy with that, especially because moving into the future months in terms of the World Championships, they already have a silver ticket actually, but they will be looking to upgrade that to a golden ticket.
It certainly will indeed. You saw from the player cams, they were quite pleased, but at the same time, I think it's a sigh of relief. It's been a very long weekend for them, but I wouldn't even say a long weekend. It's been a long few weeks, just trying to make sure they can get every bit of detail of their bases and their attacks down to a T. And it's very, very difficult. It's, very, in terms of a mental state, takes a lot out of you in terms of energy and what you want to do to try and progress and execute a lot of these attacks as well. So that's why, even though they were quite happy, quite chuffed with the fact that they won the ESL Mobile Challenge finals, it's like, oh, finally, it's done. But it's not done yet, though, because they've got another season to try and defend their title as well. But just to let you guys know at home, before we go in with this interview, if you guys want to get involved with the ESL Mobile Open and try and contend with some of these players and teams here for Clash of Clans, ! Sign up to get involved, to register. And I would say, or recommend to you guys at home, it's actually starting very, very soon, if not next week. So make sure you guys get involved, register straight away, because we don't want you guys losing out on the opportunity to get involved. And even if you're a veteran or new to Clash of Clans competitive scene, get involved anyway, gain that valuable experience to help improve your attacks or your bases in order to give yourselves a helping hand, maybe in the future in terms of tournaments and events. But we do have an interview with Tryhard ready for an MCES. I want to see exactly how he feels, because I'm sure he's feeling pretty damn chuffed right now. As Tryhard, congratulations winning this grand final 2-0. You haven't dropped a single game for an entire course of the ESL Mobile Challenge finals. Silly question, but I'm going to ask you anyway. How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel really good, I think. We are very happy with my teammates. That's incredible. We are European champion with, as you said, 4 matches, 4 wins. So we can do better than this.
Yeah, you guys did fantastic. Congratulations. And I want to ask about some of the attack strategies. You took a lot of risks, and that is something we see from MCES. High risk attacks, but high rewards. What are your thoughts on that? You're happy enough taking the risks in these big situations?
Yeah, that's how we play. That's how we play since the beginning. We love these attacks, these hard skill attack with a lot of risk, and but it's always we have the control on it, so it's risky, but we control it. And it works.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, despite the risk, just knowing that you have the skill to pull it off, but also some of the ways that you adapt is very impressive. So again, congratulations, my friend.
Thank you,
Final
Judah.
question from me to you, Tryhard, is, of course, congratulations once again. It's been a very, a clean sweep along the way. And do you feel like that because you didn't drop into the loser bracket early by any means, was you able to get a lot more research to prepare for some of these bases which alternate attacks or Tomp and I were bringing up to the table, or did it not matter too much to you?
Of course, it was very important for us to win the first match against ATN, because we know that best of three. It's a lot of wars, it's a lot of pressure, and we wanted to avoid that, and we did it. So we were very happy when we won the first match, and after against Tompinai, the same thing. We avoid the best of three of the lower bracket. So we were very happy about that, and that was the best way to analyze the opponent's attacks and defense, and that way we were able to adapt our bases, and that works. We won the two wars on the final.
Yeah, I think your adaptation was key in those wars over the past, not just in that last series, but just throughout the competition over the weekend and back in the play days. Judah, do you have any final questions before we go?
Yeah, I mean, I could question you all day, my friend, but I know we've mentioned of how you feel, but how does this help to prepare you to potentially upgrade to a golden ticket in the World Championships?
That's a lot of confidence for us to win this title, and we don't have the golden ticket yet for the World Championship, so that's our goal. That's our we will try to get it on the next qualifier in a few days.
Yeah, well, best of luck with that. I'm sure you guys will be super impressive as ever, and yeah, I mean, if you bring this type of A game, then I think you guys will be fantastic and great contenders. Best of luck.
We hope so. Thank you.
Nice one. Cheers, mate. Well, there we have it. MCES are your victors, not dropping a single game here, Judo. And it's just, remarkable to see in itself the level of skill shown and preparation here from MCES. At least that boot camp did some wonders there, discussing how we're going to approach a lot of these teams. But, it's the end of the day now. Final thoughts here before we close out the season and discuss a little bit about next season.
Yeah, well, I just want to mention, obviously, MCES, just talking with Tryhard there, they already have a silver ticket into the World Championships, and there was a silver ticket available for this tournament. So since MCES already have it, and since Alternate Attacks and Tompinai actually have their golden ticket, Tribe Gaming will be having a silver ticket for the last chance qualifier due to them gaining into the finals, and they will be taking that silver ticket. So congratulations to all of the teams that made it into the challenge finals. I mean, just think, Lethal, of what they had to get through to get here. We had all of the ladder play, the play-ins, then they went through the challenge stage. So in order to have the 4 teams we've seen this weekend, we really have seen the best of the region. It's been phenomenal in order to cast, and I can't thank everybody enough, all of the viewers, all of production, and obviously, as I mentioned earlier, yourself and Lady B as well.
Oh, stop it, you. Highest caliber of skill here from these top 4 teams. And yeah, I completely say, I'm going to echo what you said as well. Thanks to yourself, Judo, here for being, literally picking your brains, one of the analytical masterminds in the Clash of Clans. It's always a pleasure. And of course, Lady B as well has been with us throughout the entire course of this season. But that's it for now. But guys, again, make sure you sign up, sign up for next season. It is starting next week, so we don't want you guys losing out on an opportunity to get yourself involved as a veteran or as a newbie or someone new into the scene to gain experience. It's so important to get yourselves involved, so make sure you do that. But that's it for us for now, so we will be seeing you next season. But apart from that, though, thanks to Judo, thanks to Lady B, thanks to all the production at ESL, but not only that, thanks to you guys at home, because without you guys, these events are not possible. And as a community, you guys have been fantastic in terms of support and love and affection. So until then, we'll see you next week for next season.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? We fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up.